Test, test. Can you hear? Test, test. Donc ça c'est donc... Test, test. Nessa, test, test. Test, test, test. Nessa, test. Mina,
Yeah.
you go.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming today. Today is our second day of the Soil Assembly. We had a very good day yesterday, and we're so grateful for all the panelists who came in. Ascension, who joined us from Spain. We had Manoj, who came to speak about the sacred groves. We also had Nessa from China, and we had Tabitha from Brazil. I know I'm missing out a lot of people, but today, again, we have a long list of people who are going to make presentations about their work that they are doing. And like I told yesterday, that we are looking at a glimpse of what's happening around us. We couldn't bring in everybody who we think would make a difference to this assembly. I'm so happy and grateful to be here with the Kochi Biennale for allowing us to present this this assembly, as we call it, the Soil Assembly, looking at the planet. I'm going to invite Evan to introduce our moderator and all the other guests who are going to come and make their presentations today. Thank you, Evan, and then we will give it to Mario to talk to us about the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the Soil Assembly. I'm pleased to welcome Mario de Souza. Mario is a curator and writer based in between New Delhi, Goa, and Kochi. He's a director of programs of the Kochi Biennale Foundation and on the curatorial team for the KOCHI-MUZIRIS Biennale. He's also co-artistic director at HH Art Spaces, Goa. I really want to thank Mario for his support of the Soil Assembly initiative. Without you, it wouldn't have been what it is today. I wish we can get to know each other more and continue the collaboration. I also want to thank Rebecca and Nikita and DC Charan at the streaming and the team for the web and all the team and volunteers for their support. And one more thank, I want to thank also the Biennale's curator Nikhil Chopra and HH Art Space Foundation for the really warm welcome here in Kochi and good care and orientation these last few days. Thank Nikhil, but also Madhavi Gaur, Shivani Gupta, Lex Jela, Alfonso, and all the team. Such a pleasure to work with you. Welcome, Mario, for introducing this first session.
Thank you, Evan and Meena, and to everybody who's joined us here for day two. I wanted to start by briefly introducing the panel, and then we will, This panel examines soil and water as a continuous interdependent system shaped by flow, erosion, contamination, and care across landscapes. The session traces what moves through our watersheds, agrochemicals, pollutants, sediments, nutrients, and how these flows transform soils, rivers, and coastal ecologies. It considers how shifting tropospheric events, monsoons, erosion, flooding, and water scarcity are reshaping soil-water relations, forcing new modes of adaptation across land and sea. Attending to landscapes deeply affected by human intervention, mountain streams, terraced fields, marshy lands, mangroves, backwaters, lagoons, and other transitional zones, tidal grounds and amphibious ways of thinking become important. Drawing inspiration from practices, Hydrosoils frames watersheds as living systems where soil, water, and human action are inseparable and where regenerative futures depend on understanding flow, permeability, and collective responsibility across scales. Our first contributor for this afternoon is Daniel Hengst, who's an artist based in Berlin. Their work has focused since 2019 on peatlands and the phenomenon of plant ignorance. Engaging with scientists and fragile ecosystems, Daniel explores how humans relate to plant life, drawing on ideas from post-human thinking to question dominant narratives of nature and agency. His practice spans virtual reality, interactive installations, and performance. I would now like to invite Daniel Hengst to make the first contribution.
Thank you very much. for this introduction, Mario, and thank you, Ewan. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I hope you can hear me and you can see my presentation. I will take you on a little journey today into the Paludicon, a journey that is incorporating art, science and fiction, and a journey that began already some time ago and that we will not be able to complete today. Looking through the lens of a peatland, of a swamp that is sometimes more than 10,000 years old, we will travel to points in time that are more or less now. Our journey begins in 2019, exactly at the place where I fell in love, with peatlands and the beautiful and unique flora of the peatlands. This image here in the center that you can see was taken in the Kiemeri bog near Riga in Latvia. The decades of work carried out by Latvian peatland scientist Agnēs Prīde to protect peatland, to restore destroyed peatlands, and to monitor the restoration process was truly inspiring and breathtaking to me. In one of our several encounters, she will say, "We have to leave the peatlands alone." So let's try this approach on our next stopover and approach a Latvian raised bog in a completely different way that tries out a proximity and distance, such as this work of mine, Blooming Love, from 2020, in an exhibition of the following year in Halle an der Saale in Germany. For this artwork, I digitally modeled 30 plant species as realistic as possible from a raised bog and placed them in a digital bog, in a virtual reality, on the eye level, on the head level of the visitor. In this greenhouse for human-plant relationships, it's not plants that grow, but relation and feelings towards them. But these relations and feelings are already under threat. Draining bogs is also in the Baltic states not very uncommon for the use of peat extraction, like here on the left-hand side in Sēnas mire in Latvia. It is often very expensive to protect wetlands, and it conflicts with a lot of economic interests. But let's travel together on the right-hand side, together to Germany, and find out together that 90% of the peatlands here in Germany have been already drained. That was so shocking to me and really made me really sad. For economic reasons, drainage has been carried out since the 18th century already, and even more in the 19th and 20th century with the intensification of agriculture. These peatlands are no longer recognizable as peatlands, like here in the Teufelsmoor. They have lost their huge biodiversity, their function of water retention, and since they are drained, they emit vast amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere. We continue our journey to Greifswald, which is in the northeast of Germany, to the Greifswald Meyer Center. And here we meet scientist Anja Prager, who is incredibly dedicated in her research into various types of sphagnum moss. This is a moss, a type of moss that is able to create peat. The experiments that Anja is conducting here are aimed at identifying the most suitable type of sphagnum moss for cultivation and harvesting under specific weather and climate conditions. This is where the exact point in time and geography in 2022, I have learned about the idea of paludiculture. But the term of paludiculture was already coined in 1999, as it is composed of the two Latin terms palus for swamp and cultura for cultivation. The term describes the concept of re-wetting drained peatlands with the main aim of stopping the emissions of harmful greenhouse gases while continuing the use of land for agriculture. Back then, I found this concept very highly irritating, as I had the feeling it was not primarily developed to protect the peatlands and the biodiversity, but it had so many aspects of a new agricultural business model. Because for decades, peatland protectors all over the world have been trying to halt the destruction of peatlands and to restore those that have been destroyed. But it was only the climate policy breakthrough, as we know, in the mid-2000s that enabled greater success in this battle. Peatland conservation and restoration luckily became key measures for achieving climate protection goals in Germany. Let's keep traveling to the next station, which is in Neukölln in the northeast also of Germany, where the Greifswald-Meyer Center has been setting up one of these paludicultures since 2019. Here they are growing cattails, or bulrush as you maybe also call them, at a practical scale. Now that we arrive here in the summer of 2023, we see countless cattail plants on these 10 hectares. On this new wetland, of this new type of wetland, carbon dioxide is no longer emitted into the atmosphere, but it's stored again into the ground, into the organic soil, due to the water level management by these pumping stations. The peat under our feet is 5 meters thick here. Because when a peatland is not drained, this layer grows approximately 1 millimeter per year. So this is 5,000 years of history beneath our feet. 5,000 years in which this and other peatlands all over the world helped to reduce atmospheric carbon dioxide, stabilizing global temperatures, and support indirectly thereby the oxygen-rich, climate-stable conditions on which complex life depends. And as we know, time is not made from seconds or hours. It's a continuum that allows existence. All the time we inhabit and all the other species inhabit and experience is not just there. It was co-created by these peatlands and their plants. We are stopping here again in the autumn of 2024. On this grey and windy autumn day, the manual harvest of cattail plants without their fruit is taking place. The material harvested today will be used to explore the production of a sustainable building material from cattail made in the paludiculture. There are high hopes for this harvest because in order to convince the farmers to re-wet their land, new value chains have to be tested, established and professionalized. Stepping on narrow wooden planks just above the wet floor, we take a few steps inside and watch the cheerful workers. They bend down, they cut the plants just above the water surface with a knife and pass the cattail plants on to their colleagues, who carry them in bundles under their arms or their heads. We dive deeper and deeper in this unusual impression. We cannot take our eyes off. And at that very moment, we can understand that we can harvest something totally different here, which is hope and inspiration. And now comes the best. A time portal opens up through the workers' hands, and it transfers us back into the year 1857 to Fontainebleau in Paris. Wow, just wow. And here we meet the bare hands of the 3 famous gleaners, painted by Jean-François Millet in 1857, which is a very famous painting in Central Europe. Please enjoy this very special stopover on our trip and take a deep breath of pre-industrialized air. Because only some seconds later, the gleaners disappear. They will soon be replaced by machines in the name of efficiency and profit maximization. The start of the industrialization marks the disappearance of gleaning and many other community-oriented practices. The disappearance of the bare hands marks also the beginning of increased drainage and destruction of the peatlands in Central Europe, due to the available technology and a changed understanding of nature. In my video work, New Gleaning, you can dive deeper into this side quest of our travel that will be shown in 2 days at the Soil Assembly, and it can be also watched on my website. But let's come back to Neukölln for a moment. Because what is important now is to acknowledge that this place is neither an agricultural field nor a peatland. At least to me, it seems like a hybrid organic construction where different species meet and where history and future converges. In order to appreciate this space differently and to highlight and examine other aspects and qualities, I had the desire to name and to reframe it. I called this human-made machine of water, plants, manual and mechanical labor, destruction, imagination and hope, the Paludicon. And I'm very happy to have you with me today here in the Paludicon. The term Paludicon is obviously inspired by the term paludiculture, but also of the notion of the Rubicon. The Rubicon model is a motivational psychological model that divides an action into 4 phases. Once the river Rubicon has been crossed, like the Roman Empire Caesar did in the year 49 before the Common Era, the first stage, weighing, is followed by a concrete planning, action and evaluating. 3 stages full of uncertainty, risks, opportunities and the need for responsibility. This model claims that the human mindset changes drastically when taking the irreversible step over the river. Crossing the Rubicon switches the mindset from a truth-seeking mode optimized for choosing goals to a commitment-protecting mode optimized for holding on to goals, even under uncertainty. But unlike the river Rubicon, the Paludicon is not just a marker for humans moving from one phase to another and making decisions on their own, but rather a more than human space in which more than human needs, historical and ecological backgrounds and aspects are to be explored and discussed. The Paludicon is a distributed space for existence, decision-making, creation, encounter and learning on the remains of drained peatlands. With the inflow of water, a heightened water table, the Paludicon is activated and produces time, 1 millimeter per year. The Paludicon is not a machine in a mechanical sense, but a time apparatus that has emergent dynamics, moving our understanding of time away from an ontological understanding towards a phenomena co-created in relational interaction. Humans, as a part of this relating, are able to co-create time, make time travel like we did shortly today, and furthermore, they have the opportunity to create insights and materials for life. At the end of this little journey, I want to briefly talk about 2 current projects that are my approaches towards a deeper understanding of the Paludicon and its description. The first project is called MoreFit, which is a fitness tracker for people and peatlands. For this project, I work together with colleagues from the German nature conservation NABU at a peatland called Hesener Luch, it's in Brandenburg, nearby Berlin. The project offers a lot of learnings about different types of measurements and the data that is necessary to determine the health status of a peatland. MoreFit is investigating how this data and data models shape our perception of data of peatlands, similar to the fitness data about our own bodies. It's also putting again a relation between this health that we perceive through data and the environment that we are living in. The second project, the last project I want to present to you is Moore Kuscheln, which means something like cuddling mires or cuddling swamps. And in this project, I started also in Neukölln, in the same place that we visited together today, and that was inspired by the cattails themselves and their cuddly appearance in autumn, like you can see here on the top left side. With the help of many wonderful institutions and people from Berlin and Potsdam in Germany, I'm currently investigating the harvest and the processing of cattail, of the fruits, into a fluffy textile filling material. I use the resulting materials to make unique cuddly plant toys that should invite a broad group of people into a relationship with the peatland and to the Paludicon. The project explores the relationship to peatlands, but more importantly, how our engagement with a specific plant species, like cattail or bulrush, as you also can call them, like this relationship shifts when the use of and the processing of the plant is professionalized. So I want to say thank you, and I want to stop this journey for the moment. And please feel free to contact me for any questions, for remarks, or for a meaningful exchange. And I'm very thankful for your attention today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. I would now like to invite Martina Huber to make a presentation. We'll have a we'll have a discussion once Martina and Dr. Jayaraman and Sonal Jain have presented. To quickly introduce Martina, Martina Huber is the founder and curator of We Are AIA Awareness in Art in Zurich, which she launched in 2021. Noor Ahmed is the curator of the Karachi Biennial 2027. Previously, she was part of the team curating the award-winning Pakistan Pavilion at the World Expo in Dubai. Shambhavi Vikram is the Senior Editorial and Publications Associate at the Science Gallery in Bangalore. They present together the international collaboration project River Landscapes. I invite the three of them to now make their presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting us, and thanks as well to Daniel for this amazing journey that you took us for the past 15 or 20 minutes. It was a great start. We are going to present the River Landscapes project. Can you already see it? Can you see the slides? So maybe we just wait a moment.
Martina, do you want me to try sharing?
Yes, please.
Can everyone see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
I can see it.
Yes,
Okay.
everything good.
Okay. Wonderful. Martina, over to you.
Great. Thank you. So thank you very much for having us. We are, as Mario already said, we're going to introduce you our research project, River Landscapes, a New Glossary. A project that came together and that we started back in 2022 when Noor and other curators and researchers came to Zurich to discover and to collaborate with different Swiss institutions. And back then we had our exhibition in our space at the Contemporary Art Center, and we realized while talking that we have a lot of points in common. And after this discussion and this meeting, we founded the group Beyond Geographies, a loose working group with curators and artists based in Southeast Asia, Switzerland, Europe. And we started the discussion on water flows back then. And then we had an open call coming up called Synergies from the Swiss Arts Council, where we then started to work and initiated all together the project River Landscapes, a New Glossary. And that was back in 2023. And during that moment, other institutions were joining us, like the Science Gallery in Bangalore, Noor with the Citizen Archive in Pakistan. We have Premier Art Foundation in Delhi, Toxics Link in Delhi. And as you can see here, it's a very huge collaboration working with the head of the chair of the history of the Anthropocene in the Zurich University in Switzerland. And we all came together to think of how we can basically put our knowledges together and how we can create a different approach to rivers through oral history and storytelling. So our ideas was, and we see the artists, artistic researchers, scientists as enablers for communities to co-create knowledge on these different water flows. So together we did a meeting in Bangalore back in 2025, but the idea was that everyone comes up, every institution collaborating on this project comes up with their own methodology on how to create these glossary entries. So back with we are AYA, Awareness in Art, my institution, in our institution here in Zurich. We were interested in the oral histories and of the Swiss folk tales, so the methodologies that are including all these water flows and water phenomenon. And so we developed a different series of workshops during our research. One was based on the oral histories and speculative writing. So we were looking into the past and into the folk tales that speak about with these water flows, and then transforming these stories and creating a new narrative, bringing in all the contemporary perspectives from the communities and the people living around these waters. Because the idea was not to have a glossary written by experts, but rather creating a glossary with the river and with the people living with the water flows and on the different water flows. So one approach that we had was as well with Mira Hertz. Mira on the somatic side. So we are able to share more about the different methodologies later. And now we're going to introduce you to one of our workshops we did together with the composer Andres Bosshardt and the vocalist Constanza Pellicci and Melody Jua, the flutist and digital media artist based in Zurich. And the ideas there was the same. So basically creating a space for co-creation to happen. So there are microphones and the participants of this performance workshop, however we call it, they were able to register their own sounds and bring in their own voice and perspectives into the project and into this performance. So please feel free to play it.
A river has its own singing, and this river listens to the sound of the airplane. And when you listen to the airplane, you see it makes really melody and Constanza sound to them very nicely. This is the air. The airplane goes, and you hear the difference of the sound in the air. Now you hear the tram, very fine coming. And then you hear also the water sound coming from the sea. Now it's a wonderful magic moment. I've specially composed it for you tonight.
D-Fluss bedeutet Zeit. Unaufhaltsame, das Voranschreitende, man kann nicht zurück. Es hat auch was Unerbittliches, etwas von unantastbarem Kern.
Thank you very much. I hope you were able to hear it, but we can add the link as well to our, maybe to the YouTube, so you can have you are able to listen to it again. Now I'm going to hand over to Noor.
Thanks, Martina. So in terms of sort of, Martina mentioned a moment ago that it was a big partnership. And so we adapted what we were doing according to the location that we were in. So what I'm going to share with you over the next couple of slides is along the River Indus, what we were doing is we were honing in on sort of three main aspects. So the first was we were collecting the different names and allegories that the River Indus is associated with over time. What are the different names that she has been called, and how have these names evolved? The second thing that we were doing is we were looking at syncretic cultures that the River Indus has supported over millennia in this part of the world. And then the third thing we were doing is we were recording and actually institutionalizing in an archive. We were recording how indigenous populations as well as wildlife was affected by climate change. Wildlife and indigenous populations that have really relied on the River Indus. And so we created, after sort of collecting our research, and the research, of course, focused on oral histories and on-ground research and working with scientists as well as different NGOs, we created a publication as sort of one glossary entry. And so what I'm going to share with you are all sort of different research that has been collated for that. Here's some of the sort of oral histories that we were recording in interior Sindh. So the shrine of Odero Lal, which is in Nasrpur, Sindh, Odero Lal is a Sufi saint who was born in Nasrpur in the year 1007. And the shrine that we are looking at, sort of the image on the top right, was actually built in the 17th century. And as you can see on the image on the top right, actually when the shrine was made, it was actually in the middle sort of the River Indus. But over time, sort of the river shifted and the water has also receded. And as you can see, there's also sort of a lot of pollution that the area and the people are facing. The word Odero Lal itself is said to sort of, and his shrine really represents syncretic cultures and many different cultures and religions actually coming together in this one place. Devotees of many different religions actually come and believe that if they drink the water from his shrine, from the 17 different wells in his shrine, they will be healed of whatever they are facing. And so even his word, sort of Odero, comes from the Sanskrit word Udho, which means water, and from the Sindhi word Udair, which means to fly. I'm just going to share a video to sort of show you a little bit of what the shrine looks like today on the inside. So you sort of come past the water. One of our favorite discoveries in this shrine, and of course, while we were sort of doing this research and also sort of, creating the publication, we were working with researchers as well as artists from the Citizens Archive of Pakistan. And we were really keen on doing that because we wanted an archive within sort of the country of origin to actually host a lot of this material and for it to become accessible in addition to the River Landscapes platform. So one of the things that we actually really enjoyed was this audio recording that we were able to collect. The image that you're looking at is of a tree that, as mythology goes, the saint himself planted. And when you sort of look at the tree, you can't actually see any animals in it, but as you walk closer to it, it's this like cacophony of bird sound that sort of rises to greet you. And so I'm going to play a little bit of that clip for you, and please do let me know if you're able to hear the sound.
This audio is produced.
We will play the sound from the room. Okay?
Can I request that the audio is played?
Yeah, we will play it from the room. Can you play the sound?
Lovely. About 10, 15 seconds in would be good.
This audio is produced by the Citizens Archive of Pakistan, commissioned by the project River Landscapes with support from Pro Helvetia.
Playing now. back.
Okay. So sort of that was sort of an aspect that we wanted to sort of include in
This audio was produced by
in our research. The second sort of population that we were actually focusing on along River Indus were the Mohanas, who are an indigenous group that have actually lived on Manchar Lake, one of the lakes that's fed by the waters of the Indus. And they've actually lived here since sort of the time of the Indus Valley civilization. If again you look at the top right, this is a seal from Mohenjo-daro that dates back to 2300 BCE, and it actually shows the houseboats as well as the birds, the animals of the Mohanas. And so what we did with this project is working with a couple of other institutions who were also working on the Mohanas. We spoke to the community themselves, and we asked them how they wanted to sort of respond or contribute their own glossary entry. And what they were keen on actually doing is they used to live on these sort of very ornate boats for the river, on the river Indus, and over the last couple of years have been unable to do so due to pollution in Manchar Lake as well as climate change. And so what they wanted to do was create a life-size houseboat, the sort that they haven't actually lived on since the 90s. And they wanted to contribute a few oral histories about what the process of creating that was and how their lives have changed and where they live now. So at one time, actually, there used to be about 20,000 Mohanas living on Manchar Lake, and now the population as of 2024, when we actually collected this data, was about 450 people. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Shambhavi.
Hi, thanks, Martina Noor. We took forward the River Landscapes project at Science Gallery, Bengaluru, beginning with a workshop for young adults. The workshop was really focused around coming up with words that could encapsulate what the River Kaveri could mean, could reflect along with its very contentious history and its kind of cultural significance to both states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So that was a beginning point for us. And following the workshop, we are now working towards producing this visual and textual glossary, which is trilingual in nature. So it's going to be published in English, Tamil and Kannada all together. Could we go to the table of contents? No? Yes. So we took a keyword approach to this, a kind of cultural approach borrowing from Raymond Williams, wherein words become a starting point to really meander through the many histories of the Kaveri. We have 16 entries and one photo essay. As you can see, some of the entries here, I would find it, I'm going to pick up some entries and speak about that in more detail. So we have Adi Peruku, which really talks about the Tamil Thanksgiving festival for the River Kaveri and the many histories of that. We have one piece, Alayati, which is about the mangroves of the Kaveri. And it is this piece that I'm going to speak about in a little more detail. So mangroves often referred to as the cradle of life. We speak about Alayatis in terms of two key regions, Pichavaram and Muddupet. The Pichavaram mangrove forest, which is one of the largest in India, which spans approximately 1,100 hectares and also meets the Bay of Bengal. And Muddupet, which is located further south. So they are renowned for their dense cover and remarkable species diversity. I'm speaking of this particular entry because I think it would be of interest to us, because mangroves really become that liminal zone between river and sea and soil. These two particular ones are also particularly important for us to think through of them as bioshields and through the kind of riverine communities that it sustains, especially the Irula community, which form a marginalized group and are a non-fishing caste, and they rely heavily on the mangroves in the backwaters for their daily income. And the Irula community has developed unique and resourceful fishing techniques that are suited to their economic conditions. They collect worms from the wet mud of abandoned ponds, a practice which in recent times, because of shrimp farming, which is an ecologically dangerous practice, is dwindling. We have the Dalit fishermen women in the Delta, which use traditional pot fishing methods. So the piece really gets into the kind of interdependence between the mangrove and the riverine communities that inhabit that space. And pushing further, I think the piece kind of speaks about beyond industrial pollution and the rise in agriculture, illegal shrimp farming, etc. I think it really takes into account the new kind of restoration efforts that the Forest Department is taking on, and how that disenfranchises the local community, wherein even if initially involved, they are often excluded afterwards. And the fencing kind of limits their access, they're undermining their traditional roads. So monoculture plantations have been taken up, which threaten biodiversity in mangroves. And effective restoration would require planting rare species in these suitable zones, accounting for sea level rise and the soil salinity, etc. Curbing illegal aquaculture and establishing buffer zones to really balance ecology and community inclusion, which would be central to any restoration efforts. What the approach kind of pushes through in today's time is beautification of mangroves, which does not add to any ecological benefits. So really, one of the more central approaches that really emerges through the many essays, and many essays speak to this, is really understanding the local meanings and traditional ecological knowledge that is already embedded in many of the practices, many of the histories and cultures around fluvial landscapes that are essential in any effort to protect or restore these ecosystems, which would mean that reviving mangroves would also mean reviving the cultural wisdom that has long sustained the Kaveri. And that would be my brief kind of introduction to some of the essays here. Of course, we also get into the contentious history of damming the river, speak about the flow of the river. We have some inventive pieces that speak about the hilsa, the disappearing hilsa, which is often mostly associated with the Bengali community and their love for the hilsa. But the hilsa, which also has existed within the Kaveri. We speak about the river grass, nanan, that grows along the bed of the Kaveri and how it shapes the flow of the river. And of course, we have the Sangama. So that's by way of a brief introduction. The glossary is being translated, and I think that also adds to an interesting approach to our methodology, because it's really interesting to see how these pieces then shift and change as they are translated into different languages, because the Kaveri itself, its local cultural history is embedded so deeply in language, in Tamil and in Kannada. So it's interesting to see how these pieces are really blooming differently across the translations. And we hope to have the glossary out very soon as a public resource for all those interested in the history of Kaveri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi and Noor, for these insightful inputs. We will be launching the River Landscapes project, River Landscapes and New Glossary project in June, during June 12th to 14th in Zurich. And so it will represent on one side the end of this research phase, but on the other hand, it opens up for new collaborations. So there will be the launch in June, and there will be a series of webinars organized by Noor together with the KOCHI-MUZIRIS. And there will be a part of the River Landscapes project shown as part of the Karachi Bienniale next year. Noor,
Thank you so
do
much,
you have some closing words?
Yeah, no, just thank you for your time, and thank you to everybody, Ewan, Maya, Neil, and Meena for having us as part of the Soil Assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martina, Noor, and Shambhavi. I would now like to invite Dr. Jayaraman Chillayal, who is an energy and climate change communications expert specializing in behaviorally informed interventions for sustainability transitions. With over 28 years of industrial experience and a decade in research and academia, his work lies at the intersection of energy systems, resource efficiency, public sector transformation, and climate communication. I now welcome.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, even though we are going to talk about one of the emergencies or the climate emergencies that we are facing today, or even one of the local heartbreaks that is happening across the district of Ernakulam. I'm going to, today, being in soil assembly, I think I need to talk a little more about the soil than the water. Actually, we are going to talk about water later. And I still remember one of my gurus, who is called Shiva Prasad. He is a Malayalam teacher, but he used to come for the camps and all. He said that soil is more important than the seed. Mannana Pradhanam, Vittalla in Malayalam. And it is in a time where we have genetically modified seeds are coming to say that that's going to solve the problem. We need to understand why soil is important. And I still remember, he's no more today, but I still remember his words. Before going into this presentations, I just want to tell you that I'm going to talk about the Waipin Islands and the 20 plus panchayats and the municipalities and corporation which is affected by the tidal flooding. And when we really want to talk about Waipin Islands, I think we need to understand that it's history. It's a very new island or new place. It's formed after a flood in 1341 when the silt and the mud and everything got deposited from the Periyar and the land rose from the ocean. And it's only hardly 700 years old. And today, if we go to the Waipin Island, we can see that the soil has become so sterile. Sterility is the word that we can talk about a place which was highly fertile. From fertility to we are moving into sterility because of the salt water inundation. And that is what actually I'm going to talk about. And what is important about the science of salt is also that we need to understand that when the soil is having high amount of salt content, normally what happens is the water goes from the soil to the roots to the plants. But the moment the soil becomes more saline, the water comes from the plants into the soil. And that is very important to understand what is happening. And this is a place which was lush green. You can have coconut trees in one bunch of coconut. You had 100 plus coconuts in a bunch. You had mango trees and jackfruits and everything. And today, if you go there, you can't even see a single tree there. And this has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. So what is that is happening into these places is something that I just want to touch upon. And I want to talk about the plants and also how the plants drink water through the osmosis. I'm not going to the science there, but I really want to say that even if the ground is soaking wet, the trees are dying of thirst. Today, that's what is happening here. And it isn't just about water, it's about poison, it's about the excessive sodium and chloride ions that is poisoning, and the damage goes deeper than the plants. The salt actually destroys the skeleton of the soil itself. The crisis isn't just botanical, it is structural and economic. By destroying the physical foundations of the homes and the financial foundations of the families. Saltwater inundation is creating a disaster that is not recognized or recorded. It is not included in the list of disasters in the state, and we are trying to fight for that. And ultimately, this environmental shift has triggered a profound socio-economic collapse. When the soil becomes sterile, it doesn't just kill plants, it kills the basic capacity to earn a living. The story of the tidal flood-affected Ernakulam district is a warning. We are witnessing the transition of a Garden of Eden into a salt-crusted wasteland. I'll move on to my presentation, and before that, the title itself is something that what Martina and team can look into add into the glossary. It talks about the Vrishigapokam and a rising Indian Ocean. Vrishigapokam is a word that has been commonly used here when the salt water was coming into the houses during the month of Vrishigam, during October and November time. And this has become obsolete now because now it has got no meaning with Vrishigam. It is coming into your house almost every day. The tidal water entry is extending up to May, and after that you have the normal monsoon rains and water coming into it, and again it starts from August. So, but still, maybe they can add this word into their glossary. And can you move to the next slide? Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, one second. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I have this. Forgot. When I was talking about Waipin, I was talking about the history of Waipin, and we need to understand the history of the entire earth in a little bit. I'm not going to the deep here, but that yellow path where the period called Holocene, when we have a very stable climate, when the global average temperature was remaining at 14 degrees, approximately around 14 degrees centigrade. This is the time when human beings started agriculture. This is the time when we started living together, and this is the time of our prosperity. But after that, you can see that the global average temperature is rising in an exponential way, and this is what we are talking about for the last couple of decades, that the global average temperature is going, and now it has crossed almost 1.5 degrees centigrade, which was the target set in Paris. And the reason is very clearly, it's also correlated to the increase in carbon dioxide emissions, where for the past millions of years, the carbon dioxide emissions has never crossed the 300 ppm, but now you can see that it has crossed 300 and it has reached to a level of around 429 to 430 ppm. And this is because of, in the first presentation we heard about global warming and the connection to the greenhouse gases, and the reason is definitely because of the greenhouse gases. And we see that 2025 was one of the hottest period in the past history. The reason is, who are the culprits is the question, and the answer is in this slide. 73% of the greenhouse gas emissions are for the human energy needs. And it is unless and until you address the issue of human energy consumption or human energy production, we will not be able to address the problem of climate change. That is for sure. And that is why it is very important nowadays. We need to talk about how we consume energy, how we produce energy. And because unless we will not be able to address the issue of global warming and also the issue of greenhouse gas emissions. The next important issue is we, the people in India who are living in the near to the equator, we can see that scientific evidences are showing that Indian Ocean is one of the oceans that is getting hotter and hotter much faster than any other ocean. And the Arabian Sea that is very close by, you can see on this side, the temperature has gone up by around 1 degree centigrade in the last decade. And that has caused more hurricanes and more kinds of disturbances coming here, which was not prevalent in the previous years. So the temperature rise of the sea is one of the reasons that we need to do. Can you play this video? Before that, I'll play this video. This is only a 3-minute video. This was there in the BIENNALE, in the last BIENNALE, when all the participants of this video were here for a discussion. And all the children and people who are there. And this was shown in COP30, in the recent Brazil COP30, as a 3-minute video which talks about tidal flooding. It's in Malayalam, but with English subtitles.
ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട കളക്ടർ സാർ അറിയുവാൻ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിലെയും എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിലെയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കാനാണ് ഈ എഴുത്ത്. ഇപ്പോൾ കുറേ കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് ഉപ്പുവെള്ളമാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ വീടിൻ്റെ ചുറ്റിലും. വീടൊക്കെ കേടായി. എൻ്റെ കൂട്ടുകാർ ആദിത്യൻ്റെയും അതുലിൻ്റെയും പിന്നെ ആര്യയുടെയും വീട്ടിൽ 2011 ഓരുവെള്ളം കയറാൻ തുടങ്ങിയതാ. 13 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് അവർ ഇങ്ങനാ ജീവിക്കണേ. 15 മിനിറ്റ് വെള്ളത്തിൽ കൂടി നടന്നിട്ടാ സ്കൂളിൽ പോണേ. കാലാവസ്ഥ മാറ്റാന്നാ പറയണേ. കുറെ വീടും പോയി, ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലിയും പോയി. നാരായണൻ ചേട്ടനൊക്കെ എത്ര മീൻ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നതാ, ഇപ്പൊ ഒന്നുമില്ല, തൂമ്പുപണി മാത്രമായി. ഇവിടുത്തെ മെമ്പറൊക്കെ പലതും ശ്രമിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് എന്താവാനാ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ വാർഡിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ 4 വർഷം ഏതു ദിവസം എത്ര മഴ പെയ്തു എന്ന് കൃത്യം ഡാറ്റ കയ്യിലുള്ള കുട്ടിയുണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ മഴയുടെ പാറ്റേൺ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നത്തിൻ്റെ കൃത്യം വിവരങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ? ഇത് മുരുകേശൻ ചേട്ടൻ ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് കണ്ടൽ നട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആൾക്കിത് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എന്താ ലാഭം? ആള് ചെയ്യുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഗുണം ഞങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കാണ്. കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തെ അതിജീവിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം അരിയാണ് പൊക്കാളി. അത് ഇവിടെ കൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ ആളില്ല. എന്നാൽ വിച്ചപ്പൻ ചേട്ടൻ 12 ഏക്കറിൽ എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും പൊക്കാളി വിളവെടുക്കും. ഇങ്ങനത്തെ വലിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകളെ നമ്മൾ വഴികാട്ടികളാക്കേണ്ടേ. സസ്നേഹം, ദേവനന്ദൻ.
Yeah. Thank you. I can go back to the presentation. This is when we showed this video here in last BIENNALE. Someone asked Devananda, the girl who narrates the story, how did you get the courage to write a letter to the district collector? And she said that every day when my mother walks out of the house, she slips and falls down. And she was pregnant. What else I can do? And she wrote that letter when she was just 10 years old. And when we were talking to the children, that Arya and her brothers, they said that every day we reach the school late because we cannot wear the uniform when we are coming out of the house because we have to walk 15 minutes through the water. And every day we are punished. We are asked to run around the school 10 times. And he said, I'm studying in class 9 and there was not even a single day in the last 5-6 years when I was never punished for being late. Nobody asked why they are becoming late. And these are some of this, they say that it burns our feet, and when we step into the salt water regularly, we move out into they move out of this house when they are this. This is the condition that when we started to work, understand this problem, this was done as a part of projects supported by Bureau of Cultural Affairs, USA, as an AEIF, it's called Alumni Engagement Innovation Fund, something that can be received by Fulbright alumni. And when we started working on that, there was no data available. How many houses are affected, when they are affected. And I think you must have noticed that there was a calendar shown in that video. We printed 10,000 calendars, a normal calendar, and distributed to all these houses and asked them to fill when the water is entering, at what time, what is the amount of water, and we collected back that data and started working on that. This is the condition of one of the houses. And here they say that the children has never ever played on the ground. And they used to play on the mangrove stems and all because they cannot step out and walk here. This is the condition of the houses. That's what I'm saying, the salt, how the foundations. And there's a gentle pattern when you can see to these places. People cover their front of that houses with tiles so that it will not look so shabby when the cement peels off. But the problem is when you cover that with the tiles, the salt water goes up to the roof and the roof is collapsing and the metal part in the roof corrodes very fast. So people don't understand these problems, and we are trying to find some solutions to these problems. And there's a condition of the houses that you can see in these places. It's around 20,000 houses alone in this district of Ernakulam affected by saltwater inundation. These are many of the houses. You can see the refrigerators, the washing machine if they have, or even their vehicles are kept stacked on these special vehicles, or sometimes even on the top of the cot where they're supposed to sleep, because the water enters in the night at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and you can't do that. And every time we say that there is a real clear gender issue here, because the most affected are the women who has to get up at 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning to clear their kitchen first. The water enters into the kitchen first. Normally the construction is in such a way that kitchen are at the lowest point. And if they want to start cooking, they have to clear the water. And again, the water will enter after 12 hours. And people say that we can't go to the toilet when there is a high tide. When there's a high tide, the toilet water will come out of. This is the plight of these people who are living here. And this is the house of Mr. Jose, who lives in Kumbalangi, one of the tourist villages here you can talk about. And he said the last year I had only one stone. And this photograph was taken in February, at the peak of the summer, in the noon at 12 o'clock. And he has now 2 stones. He said that I don't know when I have to put the 3rd stone to walk into my house. This is what you have seen in that video. And this is the condition there. And this is the Pokali bund that is getting breached every now and then, so that the salt water is coming again, because the Pokali is a very peculiar type of cultivation. It's a symbiotic farming where 6 months you have the rice and the next 6 months you have the shrimp. And earlier days, actually, they used to cultivate Pokali for 6 months, and these farmers were the real protectors of the land. They are not just farmers who produce something to eat, but they are the real protectors of the land. And when the Pokali farming has died, the water entry has increased. And there are many problems that we need to address. And there are many silences. The houses affected, the roads, and all these things are affected because of the tidal flooding. And the health impacts are very high. Physical health as well as the mental health. Pregnant ladies move out of their house during the last times of the pregnancy period because they know that they cannot access hospitals fast, or they have, due to some other reasons, and they come back. And most of them cannot afford that. They can't go out and rent a house and stay for a very long time. And now they're becoming climate refugees. And we are thinking of how to build the resilience. The saltwater intrusion, this I just touched upon. The health impacts are hypertension, skin diseases, diarrhea, and many other things. Many reports have come in the recent past in media, but still the problem is yet to be addressed. And we have worked with the panchayats and asked them to pass a resolution to the government asking them to declare this as a disaster. This is a daily affair, and it's not easy for the government to accept it, because the moment they declare this as a disaster, they are liable to pay compensation. And if they cannot pay compensation every day to 10,000, 20,000 houses in one district. So they are not accepted it, but we still are trying. Many panchayats have called the Grama Sabha and passed a resolution to consider tidal flooding as a resolution. People are often confused that it is not in the just coastal areas. The water enters 10 to 15 kilometers away from the coastal areas. This is the calendar that we are talking about. And before the calendar, we used to have the tailor tapes that kept in front of the houses where people take the measurements. This is how the Grama Sabha, the Panchayat, has passed the resolutions to consider this. And this is the area what I am talking about, which is highly affected by tidal flooding in the district of Ernakulam. And this is a map that we created from the data that we got from the calendars, and also using the digital elevation maps and ground truthing it from the data from the community. We call ourselves a community source modeling solutions because we take the solutions from the community and work with them. And this C site is a new AI/ML dashboard that we have developed with the data. And in this seaside, what we have now there is a tidal gauge here, very close to here in Wellington Island, which the government has installed that, and you can take the data every second from that. And we correlate the height of the tide from the Wellington Island and map it and see, you can even foresee what is going to happen, which area will get affected when the tide level goes up to a particular level. Last week, on January 3rd, the tidal level has gone up to 1.45 meters. This is the highest in this year so far. Last year, on the January 3rd, this has gone to 1.625 meters. In that time, the entire Kochi got affected. And the most important thing, for which we also don't know the science behind it, earlier days when the high tide comes, it subsides within a time of 20-30 minutes. But on January 3rd recently, this continued there, stayed there for 3 hours at 1.4 meters. When the slack increases, the water into the different places will also increase. And there's another, I'm not taking much time, just a couple of more slides. This is an outcome of that project, what we call. This is called a drama called Chevitorma. This was screened in Bharat Rang Mahotsav in New Delhi. I'm not showing the video now, but this is a drama created by the local people talking about the effects. And the drama is staged in water. The entire drama is staged in water. And there was no script. Everybody was talking about their experiences. And the director, the Dean of School of Arts in Thrissur, Mr. Srijit Ramanan, has directed it. And actually, that's a story that what gave us that science does not really communicate. The moment you talk about the tidal flood heights or the depth or inundation, people really don't understand it. And Chevitorma has communicated this story much better than the science what we talked about. And that is how we came to this 1 month long exhibition called Kaboom. It's a recently concluded exhibition in the Kerala History Museum, where at one stall, we at Equinox started talking about the science of tidal flooding, and the other 20-30 stalls where 45 artists came together and they showed what they have seen in this. And that was a real success where people could really understand what tidal flooding is. And it's beyond the scientific terminologies or beyond the science what we are talking about. I think this is all that we can have more discussions when we have time. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. And now we have a final contributor for this panel. Sonal Jain works at the intersection of art, ecology, and activism. Her practice spans social justice, natural farming, film, video, photography, curation, and writing. Her work is based in research, hybrid collaborative practices, creation of spaces, and alternative pedagogies. She is a co-founder of Desire Machine Collective 2004 and the project Periphery. I now invite Sonal to make her contribution.
I want to thank everybody for being here, and thank Soil Assembly for inviting me to contribute my work. I am so overwhelmed with all the speakers and listening to everything. And what I want to share with you today is a book that I have made, which I have 2 copies of, and I ask Meena, could you just share it with everybody? And if everybody could just take a look at it and return it, that'll be great. So this book is titled Puri, and it has an embossed image on it, a line which is the river which runs through my city Shillong. So I'm from Meghalaya, which is in the northeast of India, and I think I'd just like to start with telling you a few stories about, from the book. The stories that I want to share are about these water creatures, beings which live in the streams, springs, lakes, and other water bodies of Meghalaya. And these beings basically have, they love humans for some reason. They are water beings, but they love humans. And humans, a lot of times when they spend time in the water, they get, very attracted to these beings, and they have parallel lives with them. So I'll tell you how this entire thing started. I was, just doing some research on something else, and I met this lady, and she told me about her sons who had gone to, take a swim in the river nearby, and they got possessed by these creatures called puris. And they had, strange symptoms, almost like, a very exorcist film-like possession. And the symptoms just got worse. She tried to, get them cured through different means. She called the priests because they're Christians, and, then they resorted to the indigenous healers and other things, but nothing worked. And they would just want to go back to these, to the river. And finally, she had a sister who was married to a Muslim, and the Muslim healer was able to get rid of this problem. And it lasted for many months, and they had a lot of problem. They weren't being able to go to school, and they actually picked up all the furniture, threw it, broke the windows. So it was an extreme situation. After that, I met a friend who told me his great-grandfather was also possessed by one of these beings. And the story of his great-grandfather, Kintoshai, was very interesting because he was a young boy. He went into the forest with his sisters and her friends. They went into the forest to collect woods. And in the forest, he was left alone because they went deeper into the forest. And that's when he kind of fell asleep. And the moment he fell asleep, he felt a very strong light. And when he woke up, he saw this strong light coming from on top. And he saw this very beautiful woman with flowing hair and a white dress. And, she wanted to make friends with him. He was a child. He had been told not to make friends with strangers. So he was, compliant, and he completely refused this lady. And finally, she got angry with him and tapped him on his shoulder. So when the sisters came back, they found him unconscious. And they were, completely paranoid, obviously, because, firstly, they had brought him into the forest without the permission of the mother. So they were scared, and this boy finally was possessed his entire life. He became an old man, and he had a paralysis of the right side. He was fully functional, but he also got a lot of boons from these puris. He was given the boon of healing, and he was given the boon of foretelling the future. And similar is the case of another lady who I met, who was possessed herself. And she had just gone to wash clothes with her friends and in the waterfall, and there again they slept, and she was possessed by the puri, and this time it was a man, and she kind of withdrew from the world, and she got disinterested in everything, and finally again she had a whole journey through going through caves, and they took her into their world, and finally she got, rid of it in some way. And the reason they kind of did not consummate their, relationship with her was because she was not a virgin. So she finally was okay, and she also got the boon of foretelling futures and healing. And now I come to why I'm telling you these stories, and, what the reason for making this project was. I think especially the last presentation was so moving, and I think all of us are suffering from this grief, deep grief of, climate change and seeing our environments completely being degraded. And for me, this hit me during the COVID pandemic as well. And I think the overall grief, I was like, I need to find ways of healing myself first. And I think that was one of the main reasons I started this project. of finding how we actually connect to the more than human world, to nature. And through that, I realized that every stone, every hill, every river has a story. And as I went deeper into these stories, it just started giving me the sense of self and identity. So it was definitely a process of, self-healing, but at the same time, I think connecting more to the land, to the landscape, and to the people around me as well. I realized that this communication with the more than human world, it was something that was, in indigenous cultures and even in most of our cultures was always there. We still talk about ghosts and other spirits and other things. And this connection is something that we have lost somewhere because of, the Western notion of rational thinking and the Descartes divide between mind and body and other things. So the idea here was to reject the anthropocentric worldview and to enter this world from a completely different lens. And also to restore the intrinsic value and vitality of all beings. And this is, so from that emerged the question of how do you communicate with these realms. And I realized that a lot of indigenous cultures talk about dream states. The Australian, Aboriginal songlines are something that they sing and they can, completely cross continents with. So in the same way, most cultures have their songs and stories and myths, and this is what kept the connection with nature alive. And one person in the village had told Margaret Lingdor, who's an anthropologist from Meghalaya, that wherever there's water, there are puris. And what was striking about the puris is that they cannot live in dirty waters. So, they are very, very instrumental in keeping our environment clean. So the other thing that struck me in these stories was, again, that even in the case of, communicating with the puris, people were either sleeping or they were in a dreamlike state. And the Khasis have, which are the people from Meghalaya, one of the people from Meghalaya, also have the idea, the concept of Ringyu, which basically is like your astral body. And if your Ringyu is strong, then you can actually traverse into other realms. So there are ways of going beyond the human realm, is what I started discovering. The whole approach to the project was, of course, non-representational. And I realized that, as I was trying to photograph these, amazingly beautiful landscapes, these were the landscapes which the puris inhabited. So I visited them. I spent a lot of time in these. But again, I was trying to look, from a different point of view. And as I did this, there was a psychological healing that happened at many levels. One is, of course, just, communing with the natural world. But also, it restored my own confidence in my perceptions and sensations. And sharing it with the local community there was, again, a very gratifying experience, because the girl that you see here is also one of, from the indigenous families, and I spoke to a number of people and I shared the work with them. And they again feel that, this is a loss, this loss of heritage, the loss of oral cultures, which people, had very naturally. And of course, one of the things to remember is that a lot of these places have been and people have converted to Christianity, because of which also they've lost a lot of the indigenous roots. And so it's been a really healing exercise for me. The methodology challenged the Western, dominance, Eurocentric way of knowing, and I realized more and more as I did this that there are other ways of producing knowledge which are, extremely embodied, and they can be a horizontal dialogue between different forms of knowledge, which can be everyday knowledge, indigenous, traditional, non-linguistic practices, and they are all valid forms of knowledge production. So, going beyond this dualistic Western Enlightenment view is something that I've attempted through this work. And I think it's extremely important for, healing ourselves as well as healing nature. And the other thing that, I would like to share is that what the new materialists' theories now are talking about, that, matter is not dead and life is not just mechanical processes. We share an aliveness with other living beings and other living subjects, is something I think we've all known, for a long time, and a lot of our cultures subscribe to those views. So this is an appeal to hear the murmurs, whispers, stories, myths that hills, mountains, valleys, rivers, forests, springs are still telling us, because the elusive beings of the natural world see us, and in doing so, change who we are. I just want to read out a couple of lines from the book. This is from Kong Sincerity, who was possessed in the waterfall. And she told me that once she went into their world, she did not want to return. Despite all the hardships and loss she was enduring in the human realm, she just wanted to be in their world. They were kind. They were good-natured and big-hearted. They were beautiful, with long black hair and eyes that were crystal clear. But their feet were like ducks. They had webbed feet. In the end, she realized that enchantment was something we all suffer from in some way or the other. Thank you.
May I please invite Dr. Jayaraman and Sonal on stage, and we have the rest joining us online. Can I have the microphones, please? Okay, wow. Thank you so much, everyone, for all your offerings this afternoon. And I've taken copious amounts of notes, and I'm just thinking, like, more than moderating, how we could all possibly think together. I think one of the first things that we're all talking about is this idea of an intimacy with our immediate environments, but also with the larger ecology, that unless and until we have a very personal relationship with the work that we are doing, I think it becomes very difficult to position the larger crisis that is unfolding around us, because I feel like when we're thinking about soil and about landscapes and about the larger ecological crisis and how we've shifted from calling this global warming and we've moved to calling it the climate crisis, these are also ways of us kind of coming to terms with a kind of a loss. And maybe, Daniel, we could start a little bit with thinking about intimacy with plant forms. I see that there is a shift, particularly with the sculptures, where we are asking to be more tactile with the natural form, to be able to hold, to be able to cuddle, to be able to find a certain kind of a very physical intimacy with detritus, which is also interesting because detritus sometimes means decay, the dead, a kind of a passing on, but in this case, in the sensibility of peatlands, it forms the very foundation for regeneration and a kind of a climatic possibility. So maybe perhaps we could start from there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I think also, as you said, I think it's very important in my work that intimacy plays a role, but also that's why I mentioned also the words of Latvian peatland scientist Agnes Pride, who was writing a paper about spontaneous revegetation of peatlands, because she said when investigating peatlands and the restoration process in Latvia, that sometimes the peatlands that have never been visited, not even for restoration, are restoring themselves better than other peatlands, where a lot of work is carried out. And I find that a very interesting point, and that's why I also started to create remote artworks where people are not in the area themselves, so where an intimacy is also can be created in a city. So I think in Germany at least, or in Middle Europe, we have a lot of people who are really living all the time of their lives only in cities, very rarely going outside and having contact to the environments. And I think that's one of the reasons why people don't understand or don't see what's happening around us so much. They go maybe once on a hike and that's it, and they see some nature and that's fine. And I think building intimacy in my work is also very much related to using or to enter spaces where people are and to meet them there and to build bridges to the peatlands in other ways or in ways that people might already know or accept, and then shifting these bridges towards other understandings of peatlands or the environment around us.
Thank you, Daniel. I think I want to stay with the landscape for a moment and just come to Sonal as well. And I think also for you, Daniel, I mean, with the agricultural, it's difficult to see the agricultural without actually looking at its relationship with the pastoral, to be able to look at different kinds of living traditions, kind of interact with the landscape. But Sonal, you use the term enchantment, and I find it very interesting because we're living in a disenchanted time. But enchantment, when we speak about it in terms of the forest, for example, we're also seeing a very sustained return to indigenous knowledge in order to find clues of how humanity has survived in a kind of a code of just enough give and take to keep the sustenance rotor running. And at the same time to be able to think how stories and songs and mythologies, because also whilst the forest is nourishment and it provides, it's also a realm for both the divinity and mythology. You know, it's where our ghosts and our spirits and our gods have survived before it was co-opted into larger mainstream religious understandings. To possibly talk about about two things that you mentioned. One is, of course, this idea of remaining enchanted and having that relationship to the landscape. And second is this time that we're occupying where we're all constantly coming to terms with loss. It's not going to stop. It's like with every given year, with every given moment, constantly going to be in this relationship with the landscape where we're coming to terms with loss, and regeneration is slowly starting to feel like a recurring idea. It doesn't have an end point. So possibly if you could respond to that. And I find this publication very fascinating for that reason, is because it straddles these many realms that you speak of in many ways. And I think most of us that are working with visual cultures are very often looking at the speculative possibility of how do you puncture hard facts with speculative possibilities, and maybe perhaps if you could speak to that, it would be,
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's, something that I've been grappling with, and a lot of us have been grappling with for a long time. And I think, the point at which I started this work was also the idea that, essentially, if we are being denied our joy, if we are being denied our aliveness, then it's a problem. So how do we hold on to that? And how do we create more of that for ourselves and for, people around us? There is a German philosopher, Andreas Weber, who talks about this as well, about, the idea of aliveness and how I think relating to the natural world, to the more than human world, for me is one way of, both remaining enchanted as well as having a sense of aliveness, because I think otherwise I don't see any hope, and I personally don't think we need to live in a hopeless world. So yeah.
Dr. Jayaraman, just to also come back to this idea that we're now talking, whilst we talk about the possibility of the first climate refugees, kind of like in looking at like global migration, climate, we have been looking at internal displacement, particularly in South Asia, for a very long time now. It's happening in the Bengal Delta, we're looking at it in Orissa, and of course like Kerala more recently has also been on the forefront. So we're also like looking not only at displacement, but along with displacement at an erasure of a certain kind of a way of life, about a certain kind of culture, a certain kind of like community. And I think like what would be interesting to kind of also extend from your offering this afternoon is to think about how are we as people, including people who are on the front lines, going to work to produce these alternative archives of these lives, of these communities that are being moved because of water levels rising. Of course, there is we're looking at a helpless government situation. There's very little work that is being done. You're seeing a lot of people taking matters in their own hands and building their own kinds of like sand barriers to like, prevent flooding. But this is going to turn it into an impossible situation at some point, and this displacement is imminent. And how are we looking at these cultures that have survived along the water in a slightly more like, what is the future for these histories, for these communities, for these practices?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, the answer lies in the history. How did they survive all these long? It's only, that's what I said, it's only, if you look into the Waipin Islands, it's only 700 plus years old. And how did it become so fertile? The most densely populated islands in the world. It's all created by the people who lived there. So they had the solution, they knew the solution, but slowly they have lost that ground. And that is what we are trying to do, how we can build resilience and making them live at that space itself with their livelihoods not affected. So you need the support of science, you need the support of the people there. So one example I can tell you is how they were protected is because of the farming, the Pokali farming, the salt resistant, that's I forgot to mention about. Pokali is a salt resistant type of paddy. So when they have doing this Pokali farming, every 6 months they used to increase the height of the bunds, and they used to fill that farms with fresh water, and that was actually pushing the salt water away. Now when the Pokali farming is died, so this process is not happening, and now the Pokali farms have become 100% shrimp farming. So when they release water, it affected. The question is, they have made that resilience, or they made this place livable through the investment of the people, crores and crores of rupees, but it's not accounted. When we made a small calculation, we found that it requires around 40,000 crores of rupees for just being resilience in the Ernakulam district. But people have already invested on that. People have already invested their time, money and energy. And if we can bring the solutions where the community is also engaged, and we can tell them, you are not just a farmer, you are the people who are actually protecting the land. If we can give that kind of lift up and bring money from where money is required, definitely, from various sources. We are trying to get money from tourism industry, for example, because they are one of the richest people in the world. How can we make this place climate resilient and climate responsible? So trying to bring out solution, and one solution, scientific solution, what we are trying to do is, there is a science CSIR lab in Chennai. They have recently invented a new material called textile reinforcement concrete, which is salt resistant, alkaline resistant. So we are now starting to build or renovate 4 houses using this particular material so that they can continue to live there. It's not that, quite often we hear from the top level of the government, whenever we are bringing this problem out, they said, why can't you rehabilitate? Very easy to say, but where is the livelihood coming? How can you do that? They know it's a failure, but that's another infrastructure project for the governments. That's why they say that. But we say that no, let them live there and make that place livable through the support of the community by using some new scientific methodologies. I know, but anyway, we at least for 10, 15 years, at least we should be able to do this. That's what we believe. I hope I answered your question.
You did, and I think it's a larger conversation we'll take as well, but just connected to that, Noor, Shambhavi, and Martina, firstly, congratulations on this incredible project. I think one of the ways, I think, to kind of also think about the preservation of a people, of their history, of their cultures, is to kind of build a glossary of terms, of practices, of divinities, of various kinds of formations that help us in a way understand a natural entity as more than just that. Like, how does a natural entity extend into life, into culture, and very much becomes a kind of a personhood. And I think this is an approach that is very fascinating, particularly with your project. Also in terms of bringing these various perspectives to also then break, to not have a singular imagination of the entity, but to approach it from all these many forms and words. I think it would be interesting to speak a little bit also about, I think one of the things that happens when we have a drastic change, I think one of the markers is to be able to see just the anxiety that it creates in the communities that are directly affected by it. There's no way to articulate it, but there is this kind of a sensation of change. You see it consistently around places where, for example, dams are being built, or communities that are being displaced, or when rivers are being rerouted. We're looking at it particularly with the plundering of Adivasi lands, where we are seeing that with this promise of development and change, we are seeing this very, very palpable anxiety that most of us struggle to articulate. So particularly as a response to that, I feel like the glossary becomes a very interesting way to, something that sounds very tangential is to reference a river through its many gods, customs, rituals, practices, both social and cultural, to be able to think of how we can demystify, how we can honor, how we can also think about forms of care that have existed for millennia altogether. And perhaps all of you all can respond to that question, and then we can open it to the audience.
Martina, do you want to go ahead?
I can start and maybe you take over, because you have the more concrete examples, I feel. I think for us it was important, as you said, Mario, as well, to create the glossary with the people. So, and it's a collective authorship as well. I think that's an important role as well. So it's not that artists or scientists or we are going to a place and then extract knowledge, but rather it's created with the support and together with the communities wherever we are. I mean, my example is based in Europe from the rivers, and creating these new relationships with the people that are living on site, that are experiencing and seeing the river every day. But these stories and different narratives can make a big shift of perception, either if it's through the listening, as we were hearing in the video, or through different stories from the past, relating to the past, but as well to the present. I think that was our idea, to kind of create something open access that can be a starting point and evaluate through time.
Yeah, and just sort of building upon that, when Martina and I met in sort of 2022 and we founded sort of this working group called Beyond Geographies, in 2022, South Asia had gone through sort of devastating floods, like some of the most devastating floods we've seen in recent times. And I found myself sort of being in Switzerland, meeting lots of institutions that were sort of setting climate and water policies, but people like myself who were from some of the most climate affected regions in the world were not actually there sharing our experiences. And so I think it was really important for us to have that transdisciplinary approach, and to actually, I think the reason why our project is so diverse is also because actually communities share with us the forms in which they want to sort of either raise awareness or archive practices or create projects. And so it's often quite sort of diverse, sort of, but to decide how to present. And I think Dr. J. Raman was absolutely right in talking about how it needs to be sort of ownership from communities. And I think the entire project is sort of geared towards how is sort of this research or these exhibitions or even sort of, webinars such as this, how can sort of knowledge and attention kind of go back to communities and help them, one, preserve practices, but two, find ways of sort of working with a larger population to preserve. Shambhavi?
Yeah, thank you, Martina and Noor. Just reiterating some of the points made. And really, when we thought of fluvial landscapes, we also emphasize the riverine communities. So really trying to understand the life of the river and the life of the people as entwined and meshed together. And so when we curated the glossary, the conversation, it wasn't simply scientists or artists or historians. We had young adults and community practitioners coming together to really try to work with the river and come up with a new language that, that could take into account when established languages falter. A dam would become a wound, a flood, an archive, a dispute, a sedimented history. So the river really becomes a classroom for the glossary that we have created. And very much borrowing from the transdisciplinary approach of the larger workshop. So yeah, I'll rest here because we should move on. But I feel like this kind of non-linear reading practice that we also encourage with the glossary to really kind of move between these very contradictions that make up the history of the river. And also hold space for what ultimately words can also not contain, which is really retained in these in the history of the people, in their folk stories, in their lived, embodied ways of being with the river. So yeah.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes. Is there an audience question or a comment? We can take a question or two. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presentations and for your contributions. It's been a truly enriching afternoon, and gratitude again to the Soil Assembly for bringing all of us together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a 15-minute break and then we'll be back here. See you soon.
Do we need to try something? picture of a deep sea of a collector vehicle.
To elevate this a bit, because it's so low. It will be much better if you can have it here. think it will make a difference. That box. Maybe it helps. But it's not because I cannot move it. I cannot tilt the screen enough. I will leave it here. That's okay. Should be good enough. Thank you.
Whose is this?
It's mine.
Yeah, it's one of my PhD students. You ready? Okay. Hello, welcome back to the final panel of today, which is called Transoceanic Ecologies, Deep Sea Soils, Hydropolitics and Artistic Explorations. My name is Neil White, by the way, and I'm part of the Groundmakers, the Soil Assembly Coordinators. And I'm going to hand over to Ewan Chardonnay, who's going to run this panel. So, Ewan. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm happy to moderate and run this panel. This panel explores the ocean as a vertically layered and politically contested environment, from deep sea beds to coastal and atmospheric waters. It examines the ecological and geopolitical legacy of World War II ammunitions, deep sea deposits, deep sea mining, and other extractive practices, and how these processes shape marine life, infrastructures, and governance. Through artistic and research-driven perspectives, the session considers how oceanic matters, from benthic microbes to industrial residues, challenges conventional understanding of scale, temporality, and ecological responsibility. It also highlights experimental practices at sea, including low-carbon voyage by artists and musicians navigating planetary oceans as a way of exploring alternative modes of living, mobility, and engagements with maritime environments. The contributions together frame the ocean as a dynamic site where human and non-human entanglements unfold, revealing ongoing negotiation between extraction, ecology, and imagination. I'm happy to welcome Eduardo Castillo Vinuesa, an architect, curator, and educator whose work explores the intersections of climate, technology, and geopolitics. Through a transdisciplinary practice spanning architecture, institutional design, filmmaking, and alternative curatorial strategies, it investigates how spatial and visual cultures shape contemporary forms of governance and ecological transformation. He is Associate Professor of Architecture at the ETSM UPM, has curated the Spanish Pavilion at the Venice Architecture Biennale, directed Media Matadero, and currently serves as Director of TBA 21 Academy, the unorthodox research and advocacy branch of the Foundation TBA 21. Welcome, Eduardo. Thank you.
21 Foundation, founded by Francesca Thyssen. And I will delve into two current research initiatives that we are currently developing, although they sit in kind of different positions, because one of them was one that we invented or created or started like a few years ago, almost 10 years ago, but we're still developing. And the other is quite a new one that we started to dive in like a couple of years ago, but now we are actually opening it up to the wider audiences and practitioners that gather around the Academy. So the first line that it's connected to the deep sea rights departed from this project, which is a project called Prospecting Ocean, that yesterday I briefly explained one of the main initiatives of the Academy, which is called the Current. This program was one of the many crystallizations of one of the first iteration of the Current program, and is research-driven, multi-format artwork that examines how the ocean is actually produced as a field of decision through science, industry, governance, and finance. And that was a commission that we did to Armin Linke, and that was curated by Stephanie Hessler, and that crystallized mostly in two main ways. The first was an exhibition that we hold at Venice, at ISMOR, which is the Marine Research Center of the city of Venice, but also through this book that we developed together with the exhibition, and that contains both a visual essay and essays from both, from Armin Linke and Stephanie. But I'm not going to focus precisely in the project itself, but what it produced. Because since we did this commission, we have been deeply involved into the different governing frameworks that govern the deep sea and deep sea mining. The project emerged actually from a huge desire from Armin to examine the regulatory bodies governing deep sea mining, focusing on how scientific knowledge, legal instruments, and economic agendas intersect to produce authority over the deep sea ocean as a contested and extractable territory. This is an image of the ISA, or the International Seabed Authority, which is the main governing body that governs deep sea mining, but we will arrive to that later on. First, a brief introduction for you, if you know what deep sea is. Basically, the ISA established like different kind of models or territories for the regulation of the seas. We have the territorial sea, which is the space of the sea that belongs to different countries, and it spans 12 miles beyond the border of the land. Then we have the exclusive economic zone, which are places that doesn't belong as such to the country itself, but are places where that country can produce energy, extract oil, produce different kind of fishing initiative, and also like to mine the seafloor. But the most important area is that one that goes beyond 200 nautical miles, which is the high seas, and it's where a place called the area belongs. Here in this graph is quite small, but actually this area occupies around 72% of the global seafloor. And in a way is the biggest soil ecosystem on Earth. Also in the recent years, it's been gathering a lot of attention, mostly because this fella here. This is an image of a polymetallic nodule. Actually, it was photographed by Armin at the ISA. And polymetallic nodules, or also called manganese nodules, are potato-sized minerals concretions that are found on the deep ocean floor and that are rich in many different kinds of minerals and metals, mostly manganese, nickel, copper, and cobalt. They can be found in several regions of the abyssal plain, which is one of the main ecosystems of the zones, although there are like different ones, which usually stays at a depth of between 3,000 and 2,000 meters of depth. And it's consistent around this 93% of the deep sea soil. The reason why these nodules are becoming more and more important is because of this. It's because the transition towards a clean energy regime requires metals. And this is one of the key things that we need to remember, which is that the new kind of energy regimes that are appearing is not the transition from an extractive model based on oil and gas to an unextractive one, but actually the pass between an extractive model to a different kind of extractivist model, right? That in this case requires a lot of metal. This is a map of the, well, it's interesting to know that only around 23% of the seafloor is being mapped, and most of the maps that exist are mineral maps. But they are already appearing different kinds of zonifications in terms of the mineral resources of the deep sea floor, which mostly consists in 3 different types of areas. On one side, we have the polymetallic sulfides that are gathered around a kind of cubes that are called hydrothermal vents, that now are discovered that probably are the first place where life emerged on Earth. Also, we have the seamounts, which are kind of undersea mountains that have the cobalt-rich ferromanganese crust. And then there is also the abyssal plains that I was talking before. That is the place where most of the polymetallic nodules are concentrated. There's one specific zone which I think is very, very interesting, and it's the one I will address today, which is the Clarion-Clipperton zone that you can see over there. And it's that among the different companies and countries which growing interest in this region, we can find this one, which is the Metals Company, which is directed by its CEO, Gerard Barron over there, which recently announced that, and I quote him, "the future is metallic." And it's one of the main companies pursuing deep sea mining on Earth, mostly focusing on polymetallic nodules. They use these kind of machineries, which are called harvesters. Maybe we can play like a small video, but we can mute it while I speak, that show us how this machinery work. They are specialized underwater robots, often tracked or autonomous, designed to collect mineral-rich polymetallic nodules from the ocean floor using vacuum-like suction or robotic arms. And they do it in 3 different phases, which is the collection, which is basically the robot goes through the ocean floor, then it lifts a big amount of the nodules from it. If it doesn't play, it's okay. Maybe we can just go to the presentation. because we don't have much time. Well, you can see
the basic
here.
picture of a deep sea
Can
mining
you
operation,
turn off the volume?
more specifically a nodule mining operation.
So, but keep it playing. Thank you. So this is a video, for example, released by the MIT that explains a bit how this system works. One of the very interesting things about this is that there is a very few images of this system, and this is one of the main problems that the deep sea entails. That is that we don't have images, real images of it, or how it works. We have a few of them, but not many. So we have to rely on these different kinds of simulations. So one of the two main things that these kind of robots produce are what are called like plumes. Plumes are this kind of smoke that you can see at the bottom, but as you will see in the video, it's not only produced by the harvester when they go through a specific region, but it's actually turned back by the ship once the different nodules are filtered. And the thing is that many of these plumes are deeply affecting because they can travel like long distances, and they are affecting a lot of different kind of organisms related to the deep sea floor. Let's go too slow. Maybe we can go back to the presentation. Okay. See, as I was mentioning, right? Like it has like a lot of impact, not only in the plumes collector, but also in the watering collector, but also noise and so on. And the thing is that far from being empty, the deep sea ecosystem are full of life. Although we barely have started to learn about this deep ecosystem. But for example, in the recent 5 years, more than 5,000 new species, including strange worms, sponges, or sea cucumbers, have been discovered. And most of them, like almost 90% of them, weren't known before this perspective, like a few years ago. Luckily for us, these companies, they cannot mine the deep sea floor like directly. They require an agreement or a validation from the ISA, which was formed in 1984 at the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. At that time, it established three main guidelines or principles, which are that the deep sea floor should benefit all humankind, that it should consider developing countries that maybe don't have the resources on technical development to extract or mine in these landscapes, and also to protect marine environment. It's formed by 168 countries and the European Union, but it's important to mention that the USA is not part of it, and you will know why it's important later on. So far, the ISA have received around 31 exploration applications. This is only like applications for exploring the deep sea. All of them were conceded, and 17 of them were in the Clipperton zone. But a few years ago, in 2021, they received the first mining application by the metals company. That mining application was declined, but not because it was declined as such, but because beyond the three main principles, the reality is that the ISA doesn't really have mining regulatory document that establishes how this mining operation should be done. So after 2 years of the deadline for the ISA to have to give an answer to the metals company, they couldn't get into an agreement, and because of that, the application was declined. But that wasn't the end of it, since right now the TMC is applying for a specific application, not to the ISC, not to the international body that governs this, but to the USA. And as you probably know, this guy over here is not only interested about drill oil, but also all the models of extractivism. And the thing is, right now, the application of the TMC to the NOAA, which is the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration of the USA, is being having in consideration. And hopefully, along this year in 2026, we will know where it comes out. So these are some of the situations where we stand right now in terms of the supranational governing framework of deep sea mining. As from TVA 21, we have been, since we started the project with Armin, been involved in the ISA. We are the only cultural institution that has like a position of observers at this body. And since then, with many other countries, we have been, applying for a moratorium in deep sea mining, although there is like a lot of opposition from different countries like China, Norway, or the UK, that they are interested in mining these different resources. And now I briefly go to the second project, where we are addressing different governing frameworks for the hydrosphere. In this case, it's called Weather Commons, which is an emerging line of inquiry where we're exploring the governance framework and, of course, of potential pitfalls of the commodification of the sky and the atmosphere in the years to come, with a particular emphasis on its water resources. I will start with a very brief story about this to illustrate part of the research this project is doing, which is that in the late 60s, during the Vietnam War, suddenly the monsoon of the season was weirdly expanded during like a few more months than it was actually normal. At that time, when it's looked like just a casualty, later on in 1974 was released that actually that was the effect of one of the first operations of weather modification that were done by the US government called Popeye Operation. The operation used a big-scale version of cloud seeding that I will explain very briefly to disperse different kind of chemicals to concentrate the water vapor into specific nuclides to pure water. The idea was to disrupt the logistics of the Viet Cong by basically creating mud. They actually call it like mud war. The system and the technology that they used, it was invented a few years before. Actually, it was invented in 1946 by this fella here, which is Vincent Schaefer, that worked with General Electric in New York. Schaefer's pivotal experiment occurred when he was trying to enhance cloud formation in a laboratory setting and discovered that by introducing specific types of nuclei into an environment like full of water vapor, he could concentrate that water vapor in drops and because of that produce rain. Following the discovery, Schaefer, along with his colleague Bernard Vonnegut, developed different techniques for inducing precipitation by dispersing substance and mostly using silver iodide into the atmosphere in different kind of outside experiments. Although the first big one was the one in Vietnam. Of course, when it was released, the Vietnam, the Operation Popeye created like a lot of discomfort, right, and public ocracy, and lead to a convention which is called EMMOC, the Environmental Modification Convention, in 1977, which was an international treaty that banned the military of hostile use of environmental modification techniques, including weather manipulation, but only for military use. It was signed by a lot of countries, although not every country at the convention signed for it. And the thing is that even though it banned, at least for now, the use of weather modification techniques for military purposes, that wasn't the end of cloud seeding operations. Have in mind that around 70% of global GDP is estimated to be directly or indirectly linked to weather and climate patterns. Sectors such as agriculture, energy, transportation, construction, insurance, or tourism are especially sensitive to these factors. That's why countries like China, the United States, Russia, or the United Arab Emirates continue to invest heavily in weather modification programs for economic and environmental management, particularly to address water scarcity and agricultural productivity. But it's not only these big players. In fact, the World Meteorological Organization, which is a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for weather, climate, and water resources monitoring, estimate that around 50 or more than 50 countries all over the world use these different kind of technologies. Again, for different kind of reasons, right? Precipitation enhancement, hail suppression, and other kind of activities. I will give you one example that's actually related to where we are right now, which is the Chinese cloud seeding program, which is part of a broader strategy to combat drought and ensure stable agricultural years in the Chinese provinces. It's connected to this region, the Tibetan Plateau, which is also known as the Asian Water Tower, which is the source of major Asian rivers like the Yangtze, the Mekong, or the Brahmaputra, supplying water to nearly 2 billion people. We're talking here about 1/4 of the Earth's population. But also, through this area, there are other rivers that is invisible, that we don't see. But it's actually, it might be even more important than these ones that we see here, which is this other, which is a sky river, or an atmospheric rivers. Sky rivers are parts of the Earth's atmosphere that tend to concentrate a huge amount of water vapor. And actually, there is one that usually go across the Tibetan Plateau, crossing constantly between India and China. This is actually the river that China is trying to drain up to supply the main water sources that feed its crops. For that, they have developed one initiative, which is called the Sky River Initiative, which is a large-scale atmospheric water management initiative primarily focused on using weather modification, like cloud seeding, from the Tibetan Plateau Sky River, to bring water to arid and other regions, aiming to supplement existing water transfer projects and combat water scarcity. Interestingly, many of the images that the projects leave us are very, very similar to some of the military movement that we saw in the images from Vietnam. They have been using a lot of different kind of patterns to produce weather rockets that they launch to the atmosphere with silver iodide to produce rain. They also have like different models of rocket launchers. There's several different patterns that we have been investigating that some of them are open source but very difficult to find that they have been using. But less impactful but more sophisticated are some of these structures that we see here, which is a key technological development of the Sky River project, which is a vast network of ground-based cloud seeding stoves installed across the Tibetan Plateau and surrounding high-altitude areas. These stoves are stationary combustion devices designed to release silver iodide particles into the atmosphere. Unlike aircrafts-based cloud seeding or the rockets that we saw, this stove operates passively and continuously. Thousands of these devices are distributed across remote regions, often powered by solar panels and monitored through automated weather stations and satellite systems. Together, they form a kind of distributed atmospheric infrastructure, operating at a territorial scale and blurring the boundary between landscape, territory, and climate control. And the thing is that the Sky River project has become a source of strategic anxiety and geopolitical tension between China and India, which are because major river systems that sustain also northern India also originate in this region. From India's perspective, larger scale cloud seeding and precipitation enhancement in Tibet raise a fundamental concern. If China increases precipitation capture upstream, it may alter downstream water availability, even if it's unintentionally. So if you make it rain in one place, it won't rain in another. These examples showcase how the atmosphere itself is becoming a contested transboundary resource similar to rivers or dams, which currently doesn't have any type of supranational governing framework. And I'm finishing here. Remember that we mentioned before that also 70%, around 70% of the global GDP is connected to weather, right? And the thing is that the conflict that we're seeing in China and India is only one example of it. But, if you have a place that doesn't have a specific governing framework, economy and finance is the first things that arrive to the place. I don't know if any one of you know what a weather derivative is. Any hands? No? Okay, a derivative is something that is a kind of a financial instrument. It's a kind of a financial contract whose value is based on the performance of an underlying asset, such as stock, commodity, interest rate, and so on. The thing is that in 1997, someone from Enron had the very smart idea to make this underlying asset weather. So basically, you could create a derivative which is based in the performance of certain kind of weather parameters, these being temperature, rainfall, and so on and so forth. And we are seeing in the recent years a huge rise on the selling of this derivative. Basically, it's like betting against certain kind of weather conditions. And the peak there that you can see in November, it aligns with two other things, two other moments or events that I think in a way are quite related to this. The first one is the presentation by NVIDIA but also by of Google of the first weather prediction methods done by AI. The thing here is that derivatives are based on forecasting. You know, they create value and they assess the value of the contracts based on the predictions that weather forecasting is doing. So the enhancement of weather prediction methods also enhance the accuracy and sophistication of this derivative. But not only that, also weather modification programs relied a lot on the prediction of atmospheric phenomena. And because of that, the more detailed and the more sophisticated the prediction is, the more accurate and the less costly these weather operations are. That's also why in the last 7 years, we have seen an increased amount of private institutions performing weather modification programs. While if you go like, 15 or 10 years ago, were only countries, right? So these are, I will leave it here because I think we're running out of time. It was just to start the conversation. Hopefully we will have the time to address this in the conversation later. But these are some of the things we're going to address in the next semester of Ocean Uni, which is the main public studies program that we do at TVA 21, where we want to actually share some of these concerns with the wider public and see if we can arrive into a place where a supranational framework for governing this kind of dynamics can be established. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. This was really enlightening, and it's something like it's never enough spoken about. I'm now happy to welcome Robertina Sebianic, who is an artist and researcher whose practice drifts through the fluid thresholds of ecology, geopolitics, and arts, attuned to the rhythm and rupture of aquatic world. Robertina, are you with us?
I'm here. I'm wondering if you... Hello, do you hear me good?
Yes, we hear you very well. We're going to.
Do you see my slides also with me?
Not yet. It's coming.
Because I started to share them. I just want to make sure that
yes,
we are technically set.
Just the time the team gets on it.
I just have to say that I'm really enthusiastic to be part of this soil assembly. It sounds really exciting, and I'm already listening on streaming for 2 days, so it's great to be with you.
Yeah, thank you. Are you on? Yeah, it's on. You're on. Welcome, Robertina. Thank you so much for being with us.
Of course. So, to continue the topics that Eduardo opened and elaborated in such a great way, I would like just to continue present the project which I was focusing in the last few years. It's called Echoes of Abyss, and the work deals with kind of geopolitical situations inside of the oceans of the world. Before entering more deep into the project, just to give a bit of idea of who I am and what I do and what I try to research is try to work with different, mostly water bodies, but also other ecological and system in general, just to see where and how we are exploring and seeing our world and how that is kind of reflected inside of my artworks, but also how do we coexist with others. And I cannot click further. I don't know what's happened. Yes, we are here further. So within my practice, I like to work a lot on different contextualization of environments, as I mentioned, and I think it's important to be actually at the environment when we speak about them. So this is when I was having opportunity to join the research trip at the Galapagos Ocean, where it was my first time that I actually heard the nature sounds in the way that they have been and not being just industrialized. I spent also lots of time on different residences, on different situations, and I like to say that my work is powered by being there, being present in the environment. And when I was on the research vessel Celtic Explorer, where we have been doing exploration of North Atlantic Ocean, I came across of some interesting creatures, and what I realized is that the difference between the relationship between the human, non-human, and the others is always interesting to explore. And there was like, I hope you will hear also a bit of the
ocean in its pre-existing.
The sound is coming through.
To change water inside and out. The world's waters are warmer, and in consequence, the winds are even faster too.
And we drift, and we glide.
The work was like actually reflecting the landscapes of Irish coastline and Atlantic Ocean. I invited two singers, which they have been singing Shannon Osh, because I really wanted to have that kind of cultural emblem of being at the nature. And the main topic was actually about understanding how the animals like basking shark, which is one of the biggest sharks, which is plankton-eating creature, gliding the oceans, and it was in 17th century heavily hunted for its liver, and we have been producing oil from that, and how the perspective shift, and the animal is now one of the major cultural emblems of Ireland. But on the other hand, you know, when we have this kind of love towards the specific environments, I like to also speak about the more violent presence of our human representation instead of different oceanic levels. With the noise pollution which is produced through the strong transport routes, which they are like all around the world, our sound present is very there. But there is also other ways how we are exploiting the oceanic levels through the oil drilling, through what Eduardo was saying before, through the deep sea mining, and through different interactions. We use ocean a lot as an industrial blue zone without being even aware of it. Because also when we are like as tourists at the ocean, we're still part of the industry, the touristic one. And within that context, I started to develop works which I wanted to refer more to this kind of strong sonic presence. And when working on that, and then trying to research further also into how the touristic presence is reflected into the coastal lines, I started to think a lot about the chemical pollutants and how this is shaping and reshaping the world. And within some specific projects where we have been doing research in Adriatic Sea with Ur Institute from Dubrovnik, and doing the research with the coastal creatures as sea urchins and so on, I came across on some other topics. And this is a topic which is one of my main research focus lately, because when being at the coast and interviewing some locals, I came across a diver who was going into the waters and bringing out different, mostly military decayed objects, artifacts, where they have been different. And he told me that there is like one boat very near to the shores, which was sunk in the First World War, where there is still munition coming to the seas, so they try to clean this during the winter time, so the beach can be free and without risk for the tourists when they come back. This was kind of like my first entering into the topic. I started to read a lot about it, and the munition dumping is actually something which is much more present, and at least I was aware, and mostly when I speak with people, they do say they come across these topics, and it happens to me many times when I do presentations, and later on people start to tell me, yeah, when I was a child we found this, or we found this there, or there was lots of this kind of different almost folk stories about where something was dumped and why. And in 2023, I had the opportunity to be artist in resident on the research vessel. And I was with them in the trip which was going from Riga, from our house to Riga. So I was like actually in the Baltic Sea on the boat above all this kind of sunken munition, because after the Second World War, there had been like huge questions where to put all this military arsenal, especially from the German army, but also others, what to do with that. So there was like lots of it was dumped into the different regions, many of it into the Baltic Sea and North Sea. And when being on Tara, being above these kind of territories, I managed to meet also with Jacek Brodowski when we have been stationed in Sopot. Sopot is like near Gdansk, it's a city where there is a bigger operation happening regarding that, and Brodowski was also one of the main coordinators who managed to bring together all the countries which they are around the Baltic Sea to work together on dematerialization of the ocean. This means that they are looking and working together on the way how to remove all this explosive out of it. Because as ocean is many times perceived as this kind of deep blue hole, but we forget that it's kind of very toxic also for the animals and all the marine creatures which they are living inside of that, especially the seabed. So what you see here now is like photos from the symposium, because when I started to do research, I realized that for me as one artist would be too huge just to speak alone about this topic. I really wanted to share and have different views and different opinions about the same problematic. So as you see here, we had like absolutely diverse crew who was like talking the whole day about the problematics. And also I invited different members, like there have been members of the State Explosive Ordnance from Slovenia, there have been special police forces from Croatia, there have been different ecologists, there have been different activists, there have been different academics and different organizations which they are dealing with this kind of problematics. And I think that these kind of shared platforms are very important, because it helped me so much then to shape the work and to convey the message which I try to bring out with this artwork, and also how to maintain this kind of distance between this kind of violent presence of chemicals and how they are like reflected inside of the bodies of marine creatures. And all that I try to also present in two variations of the installations, where the video essays are distributed through different screens, and with some smaller actions I also try to speak smaller situations. One of the crucial points inside of the research was for me also spending a time together with the special police forces from Croatia on their diving ground, where they are training other new colleagues how to even swim, how to navigate, and how to remove all this explosive, where there is many of it also in Adriatic Sea. This kind of practices and work is quite dangerous. There is lots of unknown when you are sunk there under the water, and being just with them on the field trips and seeing how they're working and how they're navigating, it was quite interesting to experience. So the work is also presenting this kind of crashes between the softness of and beauty of the ocean and our violent presence. So I try to represent this with these different constructual situations. But what is also important, and if you hear here,
The Allies, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, France, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR.
I asked all the speakers on the conference if I could use their voices. So the sound part for how I developed the sonic representation of the problematic was actually through different voices. And here what you see is like the video from above, from the recorded with a drone, from this training ground which they have at the corner region, because they're trying to train how to navigate between all these different munitions.
The post-World War II practice of sea-dumping munitions has left a legacy of environmental and safety concerns.
Female members, we do a lot of design research, self-initiated.
The German army kept the enigma a secret. It represented an important...
Ongoing efforts are crucial to address these issues, ensuring the protection of marine ecosystems and human activities in affected regions.
And yet they are very much what kind of community. The sea, as Jack Fallon observed, hardly
Local
deserves
stories
to be
weave
called
into
a
the global
place.
thread.
But if one
Ghosts
chooses
of
to see the
neglected
intangible faces of the sea, the navigation becomes...
So just for the end, what I would like to say, and I'm looking forward also for the debate between all of us, is like the geopolitical tensions are not in conflicts, are not just like things which they happen between humans, but they're also deeply reflected in the environments, in the more than human entities, and in their own living. So I deeply hope that there will not be all the time this need to remove the military waste, that there will be a time that we will forget even that we will have to dump it somewhere. So with this on this note, I would like to finish with my presentation. I would like to also give shout out to all the collaborators which they have been supporting this project till now, because this kind of complexities, as I mentioned before, I think it's important to have many voices and to navigate this kind of complexity of understanding of the geopolitical tensions, of toxic presence, and how to look forward also into futures where this would not be needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robertina. Please stay connected. We're going to have a discussion after this. Now I would like to call Joel Thoms. Joel Thoms is born in Toronto, an artistic researcher working between the arts and science in the domain of quantum ecology. He's going to tell us more about that. His practice motivated by the necessity for radical epistemic justice within Western society's scientific cosmology reconfigures boundaries between the non-human and time-space matter by resituating the primacy on omniscience of mind. In 2021, Thoms founded Radio Amnion, sonic transmission of care in oceanic space, a collective sound ritual communicating with the Pacific Ocean during each full moon over a submerged neutrino telescope calibrating system. Joel is also a lecturer at the MA Art and Ecology at Goldsmiths University in London. Joel, welcome.
Hello. Greetings. Thank you so much to everyone who's presented. It's been beautiful and terribly overwhelming, joyful science, activism, farming, artwork, lots of incredible research and translation, and I feel very privileged to be able to speak here with you. I'm, as Ewan suggested, teaching at this MA Art and Ecology at Goldsmiths. It's a bit of background. It's a 15-month unique program with a series of lectures and getting into the history and theory of an expanded sense of ecology, such as plantation ecology, queer ecology, computational ecology, nature's rights. And we help students root themselves into the expanded field, but kind of situated in their own niche territories. We have an art research garden. There's a lot of work, obviously, around soil. Sarah Kochuk's soil study was incredible dance, working together with Southeast London Soil, Paulo Bascons from Bolivia, thinking through archaeological and colonial histories. I'm here speaking as myself, but with many, many voices from this forthcoming article called Benthic Literacies Glossing the Seabeds with Killian Quigley, Pandora Siporek, Julia Champion, Rachel Squire, Charn Lavery, Fiona Middleton, also TBA 21 person, Lawrence Publicover, and myself. And in this glossing, we've chosen these 8 terms, but we're quite aware that in the more than human beyonds of this operation, in the benthos, which is a term that refers to the socio-ecological beings that exist in and around the seabed. I was contributing to the term alien, and so this talk will kind of unpack somehow what that is about. But first, it's been heartening to hear people speaking from different perspectives where perhaps matter isn't the prime area, but also mind and sentience. And this epitaph of the poet and theorist Edouard Glissant says, "Nothing is true, everything is alive." So keeping that kind of idea in mind with the more than human world, I had the opportunity to develop a radio broadcasting system in the Pacific Ocean called Radio Amnion, thanks to the Technical University of Munich and Ocean Networks Canada. We have been, each full moon for about 2.5 years, transmitting different artists' voices and soundings and messages to the Pacific Ocean, or to the ocean, or to water, whatever those terms might mean. To me, water means home. Maybe everybody else has another term for that. Again, thinking with this anthropologist Eduardo Kohn toward an anthropology beyond the human, Radio Amnion was quite inspired and maintains inspiration from the ontological turn and new materialisms that were themselves inspired, again, by different indigenous cosmologies. And in this book, Kohn writes, "There is a vast form of thinking that holds and sustains human forms of thought. If we can grasp the continuity between our thinking and this different kind of thought, and if we can find ways to learn to think with it, we might be able to put a check on the human propensity to sever ourselves from the world." So the Radio Amnion broadcast system is at minus 2,372 meters, which is about 230 meters from the bottom in an area called Cascadia Basin. And there, scientists instrument a cubic kilometer of ocean water, and they scry the water with all these tethered lines of optical devices. And they're searching for superluminal or faster than light events that occur because of the phase velocity of light is 30% lower in an atmosphere. And so when something travels faster than light can in a media, it leaves a specific type of radiation called Cherenkov radiation, which is an ultraviolet light. And that ultraviolet nano wavelength of superluminal neutrino particle cascades is the exact same frequency of light that the squids and the jellies and the worms and the flagellates communicate with. So they have this kind of background noise of neutrinos amongst their own submerged communications. So Cascadia Basin is about 300 kilometers out from the shore of Vancouver Island, and you can see the Neptune Observatory. It's the largest regional scale oceanographic monitoring system yet to be built, and that is the P1 neutrino telescope that's in the process of being built, and Radio Amnion holds one of those beads. And we have had the opportunity to work with an incredible array of artists, thanks to the Canada Council for the Arts that gave funding for the commissioning of these works. It's on temporary hiatus while they're putting new equipment into the ocean. It's going to start up again this year. In the meantime, I've been archiving the sounds and producing a compendium which will be out on a triple vinyl. Because of the way that the funding structure works, I'm unable to sell the vinyl. So what I've asked instead from the funders is if it's okay to ask people to donate to Indigenous youth on the west coast of Turtle Island, North America. And it's been presented with Ocean Space in the last 60th Venice Biennale and Haus der Kunst in Fields. And these are opportunities to listen and be present and attentive and escape a little bit the hegemony of the physical, material, weighed and measured world. So listening is a deep meditative practice that opens us to other ways of knowing and being and communing with many types of things. So, alien, glossing the seabeds. Here we have the polymetallic nodules that have recently been described as creating something called dark oxygen through a rare type of catalytic function, which has thrown, again, the whole idea of the deep sea ecosystem further into the unknown reaches. It hasn't been known that oxygen has been produced non-photosynthetically, so this is the first time. And so when we're discussing these nodules and the eradication of them through the trawlers and the harvesters that were discussed earlier, what we're also forgetting is that these are accumulative systems or memories. So the modules on the right have been found to hold the debris dust of supernova explosions. So there's a supernova 1987A in 1987, but there's been neighborhood supernova explosions often, and those dusts come in to our galaxy, deep into our solar system. They blot out the light from the sun, they come into our atmosphere, and these manganese crusts are made of iron, and they contain them inside of themselves as well. To further reach into the alien of the deep sea, of the benthos, is the magnetotactic bacteria, which grow magnetosomes inside of their body, which are magnetic crystal chains. And those magnetic crystal chains are also made up of iron. So the thing about supernovas is they create a heavy type of iron called iron 60, Fe60, and it's only been seen as something that is created inside of supernova explosions. So the Earth itself does not produce iron 60. But that's Sean Bishop. He taught me about this. And here he's talking about the oxic anoxic zone in the benthos layer, boundary layer. And he's explaining how these magnetotactic bacteria live just above the surface. They biomineralize, they align with Earth's magnetic fields, and when they pass away, they fall down into the anoxic zone. So he took drill core samples, deep sea pelagic drill core samples, where you can find the chain, the magnetic chains all throughout the samples. And the further down, the further back in time you're going. So if I wanted to look for a supernova 1.8 million years ago, I would go down, say, to 85 there, and then harness those magnetosomes, put them into a accelerator mass spectrometer, and then you can count each little atom, and you can, because they're accelerated so fast, they're particularly affected by magnetic frequencies. So every single ion will bend at a certain, when it's at a certain frequency, luminosity, it will bend. So you can count every little particle based on its magnetic spin. This is the deep sea drill core archive in Southampton, where I also went with Neil White, who's a credible human being, who I did a PhD with in London. And that's when I was doing this research. That's part of the accelerator mass spectrometer. But what I guess I'm trying to get at here is there's so many things that human beings will never understand. And that is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. But the fear of not being able to understand things has driven us to this terrible violence where we're eradicating all types of minds and memories through different extinction processes, but also through trawling the seabed, which, by the way, is full of life. There is life all over the place, and you never see these things. You never really get the opportunity to look into the CCZ, the Clarion-Clipperton zone, to see what's actually living there. And it might not be super clear, but even those little dirty muds, that's all bacteria. That's all microbes. That's all archaea and viruses. And so when we see the trawler go by and all these plumes go up, we're completely destroying a seabed, a type of memory, a type of thought, a type of mind, a type of being. And the eradication of minds and beings is the eradication of the planet to think. We keep destroying minds, which keeps foreclosing our capacity to think the world otherwise. Since we're at soil assembly, I thought this would be fun to think with, how nutrient cycling and deoxygenation and all the microbes and myofauna is happening there in the benthos. It is not a smooth, empty place. It's flocculent. It's full of clouds of things. And of course, all of these things feed all of these other things. It's not like we have to maintain the connection. So through re-enchanting the world, we're hopefully reconnecting to the very fact that we're not individuals. We're not individuals. We're intensely microbial, porous things. When we breathe in, we're breathing in all these fungus and spores. We're breathing in archaea and viruses, and we're breathing out, just like the ocean spray breathes out, filled of microbes. And these ocean sprays are going up into the clouds. They're calmly floating, and then they're raining down into the soils. And this microbial cycle is the water cycle. And we can't forget that we are microbial beings. And when we're doing damage to all of these microbes down here, we're doing damage to agriculture, to minds, to mentality. here's the CCZ again, and they are mining there. They're doing lots of tests. The ISA kind of writes it off. It's so great that there are some sort of public observers there. But of course, these are governments and corporations, and the politics is really important. So another thing that I particularly am interested in is the Marxist ecology of John Bellamy Foster. And he kind of shows how Marx was always an ecologist. Marx worked with a German soil scientist named Leibich, and it was Leibich's research who saw all the nutrients escaping the land and being concentrated in cities that got Marx thinking about alienation in this way with the land as well. I'm pretty sure my time is up, but there's some articles, recent articles in different journals, one with Aisha Hamid called Between Opposite Shores, which looks to grief and loss from the personal to the political and from the oceans. Another one is Doubling Down on Wicked Problems, Art and Science Collaborations for a More Sustainable Future with Ocean Networks Canada, and the benthic literacies piece, which I sort of quite glossed. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here and your attention, and for the rest of the speakers and everything. This is really amazing. Cheers.
Thank you, George. This was truly fascinating, and I can see the progression of our discussion. I can't wait later. Now I'm going to welcome Gray, Philistine, and Nova Ruth. Gray and Ruth and Nova make music, video, and performances that interrogate ecological conflict and imagine alternative future. Their music compositions collide psychedelic trap beats with Javanese post-folk music concrete, analog synths, and acoustic strings. Philistine and Nova have appeared at music and theater festivals across the world. In 2019, the duo founded the Floating Performance and Cultural Center Arca Kinari, a boat currently located in Colombo for the Colomboscope Festival. We're really happy to have them joining us from the boat in Colombo. The Arca Kinari will also reach Kochi in about 2 weeks, so just let's join them on the boat. Welcome with us. So great to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
We are going to share our screen. Let's try it. Okay. There you go.
Great. All works just fine. Super.
Super. All right. Want to say hi?
Hello.
Hi, good evening, selamat sore. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Nova Ruth and I'm from Java, Indonesia. Part of my ancestor is from Bugis, the tribe that were the pirates during the colonial era. So I'm mostly singing. But also I'm doing graphics and visual for our project. And also on stage I'm mostly pretending to play a lot of music instruments. I really like to cook and I really like to think about my next food while I'm eating my food.
So hi there, I'm Gray Philistine. I'm a Spanish citizen, but I was born in the United States and I'm based mostly in Indonesia on this boat. I'm a music composer, sound designer, I make videos, and so I guess that would make me a time-based artist, although the truth is I really rarely have time to make art at all, because for the most part I'm involved in projects which are much bigger than my own signature. Now, Nova and myself, we have spent the last 12 to 15 years making music and making videos and making live touring performances. And we've been sharing that across really wide geographies, and then also perhaps even wider context within those geographies, because we work and share that work with everywhere from refugee camps up to opera houses. And all of this work that we do, it always speaks to the frictions between humans and the rest of nature. And this conflict, or this conflictive relationship, it goes by many names. It goes by the sixth mass extinction, it goes by the Anthropocene, or it goes by climate change or climate crisis for most folks. But just speaking about this problem, or really even making art about this problem, didn't feel like enough of a response to what is such an existential crisis. And also, we found that by flying from festival to festival, we were accomplices to the very system we were trying to confront.
About 10 years ago, we hatched a plan that would leverage every skill and resource, every contact, and every euros we could muster to make our method match our message, and to start operating right now as if fossil capitalism has already ended, or at least how we would like to see it end. But a plan this big is very expensive, and first we need it to make our own money. Back on 2010, we made an album and a paper money called Loot. And this got us in a lot of trouble with banks and also with the FBI. I think they missed the real threat of loot. The ship featured in the art was the first draft of an idea that finally became reality in 2019. Arca, from Latin, a vessel from the word arcere, meaning to hold off or defend. And Kinari is from Sanskrit, a half-human, half-bird musician, the guardian of the tree of life. By day, Arca Kinari hosts workshops and conversations with coastal communities, and by night, the ship transforms into a stage for a live performance, using music to sound the alarm of climate change and cinematic visuals to imagine life after the carbon economy.
So the Arca Kinari performance shares a story set within a speculative future, but the world is transforming so fast that reality is really overtaking fiction in this case. In fact, this poster you see was meant to be a little bit ridiculous, like a classic Bollywood poster for our performance. But honestly, within a week of commissioning this poster, we sailed past an exploding volcano, under a sky blackened by giant bats, and through seas glowing with green pollution. The question we always have to ask ourselves, and other people ask us, is often, why a ship and why the sea? Especially for the two of us, because 6 years ago, we knew absolutely nothing about seafaring. But that ignorance worked in our favor this time, because if we knew how difficult this would be, we wouldn't have tried. There are romantic reasons to embrace the sea, which really can't be explained by words. Either you hear the sirens call, or you don't. And then there are ecological reasons to revive sailing, because the future of low-carbon travel has a lot to learn from the past, because we can move slowly in harmony with nature, instead of against and above the world like gods.
And finally, there's a very practical reason. The sea is the only way to get to places we wanted to reach, which are the remotest islands of the Indonesian archipelago. Indonesia is a nation of 17,000 islands in an age of rising seas. It's also on the front line of ecological conflicts, a place of intense biodiversity being destroyed at an incredible pace. But the same lawlessness that allows illegal logging and mining also allows us to operate without the insurances, permits, and other red tape, which could make things impossibly expensive. Also, the population is young and open to new ideas. In some, it's a place where a couple of artists with a big idea and a kick-ass team, might be able to make some kind of a difference, or at least we had to try.
So first, after many years of thinking about this project, it took 2 years just to find the right ship, and then another year to deliver her from Rotterdam to Indonesia under sail. And the stories resulting from that voyage belong better to another century. But after traversing all these oceans, the pandemics, the hostile borders, we finally reached our new home waters. And for the last 5 years, we've slowly toured across this archipelago, stopping everywhere from traditional still villages to fishing docks to megacities. We always make strange allies along the way. Sufis, punkers, traditional peoples, soldiers, fishermen, farmers, mafiosos. These are offline encounters. People have to come to a port, stand on the dock, feel the wind, experience the salty sea, sweat, and blood of the crew. In a fast and increasingly virtual world, I've started to believe that these kinds of shared experiences are all that really matter anymore. And it's how we choose to make art and to make kin.
Along this voyage, we've expanded our practice beyond the ship performance to host conferences, workshops, and artists in residence. And since we are already traveling with a boatload of audio-visual equipment, we began archiving unique and disappearing sounds from across the islands. And this is another way we have learned to collaborate with and showcase other artists.
The ship also serves as a kind of floating laboratory of sustainable technologies. So groups are invited on board to come see how we create electricity from the sun, drinking water from the sea, and travel on the wind. Because a boat is in fact just a very tiny world, and many of the solutions for survival on a sea ship could be scaled up for survival on spaceship Earth.
We're not just sharing, but also learning like our life depends on it, because it usually does. It's been a steep learning curve to understand the water, the weather, the coastlines, and every palm, switch, and rope to keep our tiny world afloat. We started out as artists, and after 60,000 nautical miles and nearly as many adventures, we might even be able to call ourselves sailors. A long time ago, Indonesian society was transformed by wayang kulit, shadow puppetry that carried stories and wisdom and usually arrived by sailing networks. It was like the original internet. And much like wayang kulit, we tell a story through music, lights, and shadows, and just like them, we also believe that it's stories that change people, not facts.
So we're sorry we can't be there with you right now, but we'll soon be in Kochi. At the moment, we're docked in Sri Lanka for Colombo Scope, and we'll sail for Kochi on the 1st of February. And hopefully 3 or 4 days later, if all goes well, we'll arrive, and then we'll be hosting various events, workshops, and visits, and performing from the dates of 7 to 15. So for those of you in Kochi, we hope to meet you soon. After that, we'll move north along the coast. We'll go to Panaji, Goa, hopefully, and till the end of February. Beyond that, we're heading across the other half, following the trade winds, over to the Red Sea, through the Bab el-Mandab, into the Red Sea, up to the Suez Canal, and finally reaching the Mediterranean, because I would like to go home and also share this project in my home waters. And we'll call the Mediterranean our home for the next 2 years. We'll tour for about 4 months out of each year. The first half will be in the Adriatic and the Eastern Med, and then in 2027 to the Western Med. So it's a chance for us to share the things that we've experienced, the things that we've learned, and also adapt our practices and our art to this totally different problematic body of water and all that that presents.
So Gray and I, we have toured together for a decade before Arka Kinari. And in that time, we had every kind of problem with immigration and borders. But at sea, we discovered that political borders are porous and impossible to enforce. In fact, the only real frontier of this planet is that between land and water. So thank you for inviting us to speak in the Soil Assembly so we can bridge the sea and the soil for a moment.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, you can stay on screen because we are now going to set up the chairs and have this discussion. Thank you, the four of you. And if we can have our friends on screen, that would be amazing. Yes. So yeah, really, it's been quite a journey from your talk, Eduardo, to Gray and Nova. And Nova and Gray concluded with a word I wanted to bring in the discussion, which is the word porous. As she said, the world is more porous than we think. And coming to Eduardo, where you were going from the deep sea ocean up to the high atmosphere, and how this is actually, and even also you, Joel, also how this involve life and at the very deep bottom of the ocean, and there is also life up there. I wanted to maybe start by asking you, actually you two, about this question about, I've been challenged by this idea of the critical zone. I mean, it comes from this French philosopher Bruno Latour, but the definition of the critical zone of Latour is rather a quite thin layer, and it's been challenged not leastly by Dipesh Chakrabarti in this context of the discussion around the, let's say, planetary turn of social sciences. So, and also by Earth system sciences, who are like, okay, this is more porous, that you are defining it, the critical zone. I mean, despite our discussion about soil the previous day, and of course the land where we live, and all that, there is still life very in the deep bottom and high in the atmosphere. I know, Joel, you also work in the aerocene issues about law of the air and all these questions. So, and I know TB21 has also a program on the porous idea, so maybe I wanted to hear you about this idea, that this porosity mentioned by Nova as well.
Thank you, Iwan. Well, it's a very interesting topic. I know a bit about the critical zone and the book that Bruno develops, right? And this idea that most of the living beings of planet Earth are concentrated in a very thin layer, right? Which is that one that separates the underground from the atmosphere, let's say. I mean, I think I never thought about it, but it's true when you see presentations like mine, as mostly Joel, also you realize that that thin layer can become thousands of meters thick when you enter into the ocean, right? I'm pretty sure that also in terms of bacterial, microbial life, it goes also way up to the atmosphere. But still, it's quite thin if you think about it. in terms of the overall planet. Like I think the difference between the highest peak of the Earth, which is the Everest, and the deepest underwater peak of the Earth is around 11,000 and 8,000, 7,000, so not even 20,000. And still, if you if you compare the Earth with a ball, and you put your hand over it, it will be the flattest sphere that you ever will touch. So it's if you compare with the whole radius and diameter of the Earth, it's still very, very thin. But yeah, but it's true, it's much more complex than that, and then we're just starting to realize how diverse and how complicated it is, and how entangled it is with other ways in which we need to understand about life and intelligence in this planet. And Joel touched on that briefly in his presentation, right? Like we're barely understanding what the network entails, and I think that's a very, very interesting thing to think about.
I'm reminded of Latour's engagement with the term Gaia, which makes me think actually of Lynn Margulis and their work. Lynn Margulis.
And James Lovelock first.
Yeah, James Lovelock worked with Lynn Margulis to develop that concept of Gaia, which is thinking of kind of microbial life as the basis for all the trophic layers. Am I not? Yeah. Oh. Lynn Margulis. And there's a very short essay from Ignota Press that Julian Margulis wrote an introduction to, and he's there describing how different spores and viruses and things actually come to Earth from space and descend here. So while the idea of this fragile layer is true and helpful, like the coastline, these borders are porous and always infinite, always. So even in the seabed, there's no clear delineation there. It's always a little bit wavy and uncertain, and it is coming to terms with uncertainty that will allow us to be less restrictive in our words and thinking and behaviors and actions, and that's kind of what I can offer.
Through the Gaia, or James Lovelock was talking about a lot of feedback loops, or actually seaweed breeze from the ocean are reaching the ice sky and influence on the albedo and all these climate feedback loops. And this is how he started, and he said, he was first a chemist, and said, I need a biologist in this research. Maybe I come also to Robertina Sebianic for a question. Coming to that, you were exploring the Baltic Sea, and I also visited the Geomar Institute in Kiel in North Germany, and they were talking about that this deposit of ammunition from World War II that exists there, so it's only, some were not exploded, and it's only now is being corroded that they are starting to leak certain chemicals in the very deep ocean. And when I was talking to the Geomar scientist, he was also mentioning that they were doing one of the challenges, let's say challenges for being a marker that in the Anthropocene working group that was looking at different sites for finding the golden spike, so-called. There were different sites, one in Japan between Nagasaki and Fukushima, but also the Baltic Sea, and they were looking at the deep sea floor, and they could whether find these chemicals from 1945. I mean, the Anthropocene working group was looking at 1945 as the beginning of the Anthropocene, whether nuclear, these deposits, use of chemicals, plastics. But they were finding those deposits of chemicals from ammunition from World War II together with, let's say, multi-layers of algae blooms that were slowly, algae slowly go down in the bottom of the ocean. And so there are these layers of different deposits in the venting zones on the bottom. And we know, and maybe Albertina, you could eventually comment on this. I'm also curious about, is there any legal investigation whether this very floor was this issues about chemicals, and what about how do we consider the future? Whether the sky of the geoengineering skies, where Eduardo was talking about. So maybe Robertina, you could start on this.
Thank you again. The question is very on point. And when I was doing research, especially the first part, the Baltic Sea, I was also a lot in contact with Dr. Matthias Brenner. He is from Alfred Wagner Institute, for Center for Polar Marine Research, and Remaco project, So there are several initiatives and projects happening. Baltic is one of the most researched one, because they started to do very intense research 15 years ago. One of the main coordinators, Jacek Baldowski, he's from Polish Marine Science Institute. They're working very closely with different bodies, and there is always this kind of, it can be complex, because collaborating on international level on understanding what happened with military waste is having many different layers. One of the layers and one of the problematics is that not all the countries want to share the knowledge how they have been built. So when you go to demolish the thing, or when you try to remove the thing, you sometimes don't know exactly what is the technology inside of that mine, bomb, or containers which they are containing the things. There have been several problems in the sense of, also when they have been distributing all this into the ocean after the Second World War was the biggest distribution of it. Baltic Sea, near to California, there is many different, also Bengali Bay. There are many different hotspots which they are full of it. And of course, as we all know, the oceans and rivers, they're interconnected, and the planet, it has his own ways how this stuff is distributed. Of course, this also is floating and going in different ways. In 1945, when they have been deciding to deploy this kind of chemical toxins and to deploy them into the waters, they have been doing it with the idea that this will be forever there, sealed. But of course, corrosion does the thing, and there's lots of leakage happening. For instance, one of the research that Dr. Matthias Brenner and his team at AVE are doing is also to see how much and how far the leakage is possible to trace inside of the seabed, and how it's reflected in the bodies of the, for instance, flatfish or different shells. And there are very much big quantities of it also. They can find them inside of their bodies. It's the same process as is with the microplastic, with pharmaceuticals and all these other forever chemicals which they are floating around oceans and seas and rivers and so on. So there is this problematic. And Kiel is one of the main hotspots where they are doing the research. Why the Baltic Sea is so research is also connected with its industrialization. Because, you cannot build the windmill on the bomb, or at least you try not to do that because you will explode, So there is all these kind of different interests, and I'm pretty sure that if there will be this kind of huge, I hope not, deeply hope not, the huge push to do the deep mining, they will have to first figure it out how to navigate around these obstacles, because in the Baltic Sea, and there is different regions having different problematics. For instance, I did bigger research about the Adriatic Sea and the Baltic Sea. In the Adriatic Sea, they have been mostly mines, you know, because there have been these ideas that the German army will do some bigger front there up. So there is still lots of mines which they are still there. And when I was doing research in Croatia, first with Drugo More in Rijeka, first they haven't been so interested to speak again about the war because, you know, the war which happened in Balkans, it's recent, it's just like 30 years ago. So how to speak about it is quite complex, I would say. And I try to always enter with some empathy into this kind of complexity of the topics, you know. So that's why also I organized the symposium where I invited different interested people. But I think I will stop on this point because I can go on and on and on about this, but maybe if there are some questions or Evan, if you wanted me to elaborate something more.
Yeah, maybe before opening to the room, I would like to ask a question to Nova and Gray. Coming to this deposit at the bottom of the ocean, if we go, we know that our oil comes from a large deposit of back in the, is it the Cambrian or Great Oxidation time of ferns or different, like the carbon explosion of those years and or millennia or million years. And so at the deep ocean also there is these issues regarding the oil, and coming to the Arca Canaria with like a very low carbon footprint transport. I also want to reconnect with the first soil assembly we had. We had a discussion back then on the two numbers, like sea transport is 3% of the carbon footprint, and in the food impact on the carbon footprint, 20% are transportation of food. And so we had a presentation by an Australian researcher and artist, Tim Bucket, last time was talking about sail freight and the question of food transport. So I was curious if the Arca Canaria on his journey met also other initiatives on this sail freight, despite the fact they come here, and maybe in Indonesia or other part of the world you've been sailing, and if you met interesting initiative on low carbon transport food or other objects, could be books or records or things that has low carbon transport.
The sad fact is, even though Indonesia is a maritime country, but the sailing of freight for food actually stopped on the 90s, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And now, all of the sailing ships that you called as pinisi, the traditional sailing ships of Indonesia, maybe almost none of them actually able to sail anymore, because not only the knowledge is already reducing quite a lot and not being passed on to the next generation, but also there are not much trees left that are tall enough for the mast. So this is the sad facts that is happening at the moment in Indonesia. Too many illegal loggings, and even though you are trying to make your new ship, which we were trying to make our new ship before we found this boat, we found out all of these facts that we couldn't be responsible for the damage that we're going to do if we are making even just one sailing ship, traditional sailing ship of Indonesia. So maybe Gray wants to add more about this.
Yeah, only to say that it's pretty shocking that in our lifetime we witnessed more or less the end of the last functioning national infrastructure of sail freight. I really do think that the Indonesian archipelago, based out of Goan and Makasaris and Bugis people were still very much almost at the turn of the millennium, still moving freight, food, rice, spices, mainly by wooden sailing ships, large wooden sailing ships. And those sailing ships, many of them have even survived, but the masts are all rotten out, or they just don't use them anymore, as they converted to being first kapal air machine, motor sailing, and then removed the sails entirely, which, good and bad. The good part about that is it's only one generation lost, so there is a chance that people could revalue that and return to using, say, motor sailing, or perhaps some sailing during the correct seasons for the trade winds. So it's not totally lost yet. The shipbuilding is still known, and it's only the fathers and grandfathers who we haven't lost the lives, the generational knowledge of how to sail yet. Those people may be retired, but they're still around. Whereas in many places, the revival of sail freight is very much a modern idea, reviving something from 100 years ago. Like the generational link has yet to be fully severed, so there's a chance that could come storming back in with a lot of success in Indonesia, and that's something we've actively tried to promote, getting people excited about using their sails again. That's something that Arctic Community's done a lot in the archipelago.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know, but it's a bit sad if you can't make mast anymore and sail. It also somehow make a connection with Bonnie Thomas, who is here with us tonight, who is going to give a talk about the history of sail freight somehow, and the port of Muziris before industrial time, and before even the colonial time, and maybe even before some religious times. So, but if you have any questions from the room, we have maybe about 5 minutes before to hand over to Bonnie. Anyone? Mina? Microphone?
Thank you so much. It just got me thinking, looking at all the work that's happening across the oceans. And I also heard about this whole transoceanic studies that is being introduced in universities. And I always wondered, like, they were looking at trade or mobility or migration. I don't know whether they're looking at migration, but I'm not aware of those studies. What was wonderful for me to see was the kind of association artists are taking and the new kinds of works that's coming. So I just wanted to reiterate that and wanted to thank you all for it. That, it's a new kind of field that one is, what is the word for it? I'm like encountering as of now. Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you all for that. Thank you. Any questions, please? It started as a question.
Hi, thanks. That was a fascinating panel. It's a very simple question, but probably very difficult to answer. I just wondered if you thought there were further interventions at the level of infrastructure that can arrest some of the negative commons that we're seeing emerge around extraction and transoceanic activity. That's basically it. So is there stuff at the level of infrastructure, and how do we challenge that?
Well, it's complicated. There are many, and it's complicated to answer. To give you an example, and for example, I show you some of the potential conflicts that can emerge when we talk about a place like the atmosphere as a common, right, where there is no frameworks of supranational governance for that. But there are many reasons why different peoples and different cultures would like to do this. For example, for the last year I was researching a lot about another case that I didn't bring out today, which is the Japanese case. Japan is another country that is actually developing like very intensively different geoengineering techniques for weather control. They actually don't use the word modification, they use the word control. And there's a different, like a technical difference between the two namings, since modification remains for a specific spot and control and, entails a wider part of the atmosphere. In their case, the program that they are doing is called Moonshoot Goal 8. It was launched 3 years ago. And the purpose is to basically control the weather to avoid extreme weather events like typhoons. You cannot blame them. Like they have around like an average of 23 to 25 typhoons every year. But the problem here is once you have that capacity, what is a catastrophe, what is a disaster, and what is not. It is a bad crop, seasonal disaster, and also it entails also a lot of other different issues like the trolley problem. You might avoid to have a typhoon here, but that can, produce something somewhere else. So it's complicated. But for me, what is the most interesting thing, because I think these kind of dynamics are going to be on top of the table of several countries in the coming years, since one of the main impacts of climate change is the recurrency of more and more extreme weather events. The problem is we're lacking a way in which we can control this. And also that it highlights the limitations of our current models of supranational governance, which is still an international model. And we saw how it went with COVID. At the end of the day, is you take care of your house, and whatever happens somewhere else, who cares? The thing is that these dynamics, in the same way that COVID doesn't understand about frontiers or borders, weather also don't understand about those things. Interesting, I have to say this, one interesting thing about the Japanese case is that on top of the technological developments to do these kind of interventions, they're also developing the social platforms to govern those interventions. They're still in that initial state. It's an initiative called ELSI, Ethical, Legal and Social Issues, and they are actually questioning themselves what is the hopefully bottom-up structure that they need to build to take these kind of decisions. It's still to be seen what is the supranational, but I think they're having this conversation internally at the national level, but not at the international level. So we saw with the Vietnam case how these technologies could be used for military purposes. But the question is that even beyond that, if we remain at different kind of civilian uses, it still can have a lot of different kind of pitfalls. So for me, the question here is the governance, or the sovereign kind of platforms we need to build, that we are not talking about that.
Thank you. I think we have to close this session and welcome Bonnie, Thomas. I think we should, what do you think we continue in this story about Muziris, or just maybe 5 minutes break and we go on because it's 6 o'clock, we have to leave the room by 7. Let's continue. Thank you. And Bonnie, welcome. We can set you up on and organize the stage for you. Thank you, Eduardo, Joel, Nova, Gray, thank you so much, Robertina. See you soon, see you in Kochi, see you before, and have a good time in Columbus Cup. And Robertina, same, everywhere you go. Bye-bye. So let's take just 5 minutes, the time Bonnie gets his presentation ready. Maybe you could already get yourself, make a little bit of test, and we can start again. Small break, maybe.
Should we start the next? Yeah? We've had a very long day and we've heard so many inspiring, interesting, emotional talks, presentation that I think all of us are still reeling with it. But I would like to invite Bonnie Thomas, our last speaker and keynote speaker for today. And Bonnie Thomas is a writer, illustrator, and cultural chronicle whose work documents the layered histories and everyday lives of Kochi. So if you follow Bonnie Thomas, you will see he does a lot of walks from somebody cooking one of the traditional dishes to some places. He's made interesting videos, so you will see a lot of the stories from Kochi people. He's the author also of Kochi Car, Stories from the Kochi People, an oral history project that captures the city's cosmopolitan spirit through the voices of its diverse communities. As an illustrator of N.S. Madhavan's London Bharatiyale, sorry, there are books. Thomas has brought visual texture to one of the contemporary Malayalam literature's landmark works. I couldn't pronounce it properly. Through his writing and art, he maps the intersection of memory, migration, and the local identity, offering an intimate portrait of a city constantly in flux. And more than anything, Bonnie has been one of the founders of the Kochi Biennale and has been with the Biennale since its beginning, before it was even out to the world. So he's one of the initiators and the founders of the Biennale Foundation also, and a trustee. Thank you. Bonnie, can I invite you to the stage? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm thanking Meenavari for inviting me to this occasion. Actually, 3 weeks ago when she approached me with the idea to speak here in Soil Assembly, I was a little nervous actually, because climate change is a big, very, very, very serious subject. I think I'm not that serious. I'm not a serious person. That is what I'm looking at myself. So I have read books about climate change and global warming, and I have read many articles about it, but I cannot give a good speech on these subjects. So I suggested Meenavari that I can speak as a common man who was born and brought up in one of the villages, island villages in Vembanadu Lake, that is close to Cochin Port. Have some experiences and some observations. I would like to share it with you. There are about 15 islands in Vembanadu Lake and in Periyar. Those are very close to Cochin Port. Yeah. In the islands, among the islanders, there is a Malayalam saying, Thoranaka Arana. Thoranaka Arana. It means when Saint Thomas, the disciple of Jesus Christ, landed up here in Kerala in AD 52, it was raining continuously. That's the general meaning about Thorana. Arana means 6 elephants. It means, the saying means that continuous rain could kill even the elephants. Christians of Kerala believe that St. Thomas landed up here in Kerala in AD 52 in Muziris port that was existing till 1341, about 30 kilometers north of Kochi. What I'm trying to say is that in the islands, there is flood and rainfall, even in our beliefs and legends. Nowadays, I can see the islanders are scared of another flood. Whenever I go to my village island, I am meeting people. They are all talking about one more huge flood that may finish their islands in the future, near future. The islands are facing a phenomena called Vrishchiga Veli. Vrishchiga Veli happens every year in islands. It means in November, between November and December, every year, the water level in the river is rising. It is overflowing, and that makes the life in the islands miserable. I will give you one example. There is a small island named Tandoni. Tandoni is close to the mainland. I mean, it is close to the Ernakulam city. Actually, it is part of Cochin Corporation. There are about 275 persons living in that island. And mainly the people, 99% of the people are into fishing. When this Vrishchiga Veli happens, Tandoni is getting drowned. The water is rising and it is touching, sometimes it is touching the windows of the houses. So the houses are filled with water. That phenomena is there for the last 20 years. At the same time, when this Vrishchiga Veli is happening there in Tandoni, I have seen the water level in the small streams in the city, Ernakulam city, Cochin city. We call them Thoda. All the small streams in the city are also rising. Water level is rising. Sometimes it is making waterlogged. It is disturbing the traffic. Yeah, that phenomena is there in the city also. So Tandoni, for example, I am living in a place named Kadavantra. This phenomena is happening, the reflections of the waterlogging, Vrishchiga Veli is happening there in Kadavantra also. That is about 10 or 11 kilometers away from Tandoni. So that's the phenomenon is happening here. I can recall a childhood memory. With my father, I used to come here in Fort Kochi Beach. In my childhood, I used to come here in the Fort Kochi Beach to enjoy the evening sky and sunset. Those days I can remember that Fort Kochi had kilometers of beach. Now, when you talk about Fort Kochi Beach, it is only a small piece of land. The beach is almost gone. history says in 1925, when Mahatma Gandhi visited Fort Kochi as part of the freedom movement, the freedom struggle, thousands of people gathered here in Fort Kochi. But nowadays, we can see that there is no permanent beach here in Fort Kochi. Sometimes you can see a piece of land there. That also is not permanent. The next day, that beach will be vanished. After 2 days, it may reappear. We don't have a permanent beach here in Fort Kochi. In Kochi, we have a famous festival, Papanji Burning Festival. The Kochiites are celebrating Papanji Burning Festival as their New Year Eve celebration. Thousands of people are gathering here to enjoy the Papanji Burning Festival. This festival started in 1984. Because I can still remember about it because those days I was in the college and it was started by some of my friends. This festival had started as a beach festival. Till 2016, Papanji Burning Festival was a beach festival. Now, it is no more a beach festival. In the last 10 years, Fort Kochi lost kilometers of beach. For the last 5 decades, I am witnessing the topography of Kochi being changed dangerously. At the same time, with fear, just like any other islander, I am remembering what historians say. Kochi emerged as a port in 1341, immediately after a flood. The same flood destroyed Port Muziris that was existing about 30 kilometers away from here. Here I am concluding my speech with a note. Intense scientific study on this subject is needed, and suggestions to protect Kochi and the nearby islands are imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Is there any questions? Rising sea levels. There's one question here.
Check. Okay. This question is more on a policy front than a threat front. Like, I think the threat to Kochi is clear enough from what you've said. But what is the Ernakulam government or the Kochi government or the municipality doing? Because I think Kerala specifically is an extremely eco-sensitive state, and given like the fact that most of our western coast is very close to sea level already, how are like Kerala government bodies dealing with this threat?
Good question, actually. Actually, I don't find any serious attempt to study about it, and I don't see any serious attempt to restrict this thing. See, we have made a big seawall here in Chalanam area that may resist flooding. I mean, they wanted to resist the sea coming into the land. Apart from that, I don't see any serious attempt, a permanent attempt, a solution for this from the government side. There are a lot of talks and debates.
Any other questions? Yes.
Sorry, just to expand on that, I know that in some aspects, United Kingdom is a very long way away with the UK, but there is a policy to allow the coast to erode. That is the policy. Do you think that's a similar, so the policy is no policy?
I haven't seen any solid policy from the government side. I mean, whether it is corporation or a state government. I haven't seen any good policy on this. But studies are going on. I have participated, I have attended in many seminars and symposiums about it. I have gone through many papers, study papers on this, but I haven't seen any concrete suggestions from the government side. Yeah.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I have just one. I was wondering, actually, I was also a little story. I come from West France, Brittany, very Land's End, and in December there was a science paper saying they found remains of walls underwater of ancient cities that was flooded about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and so it proves the ocean level was 7 meters lower, at least 7 to 9 meters lower. So I was wondering, is there, because I don't know so much about Muziris, is there remains, is it underwater, or what's the story about Muziris port before the big flood?
Excavations to find out Muziris is going on, but historians say that Muziris was buried under the mud in 1341. Still, studies are clueless about where exactly the Muziris was. There are a lot of legends about Muziris. For example, Jews in Kerala say that their forefathers landed up here in India through Muziris. The Christians believe that St. Thomas landed up here in Muziris to preach Christianity. The Muslims believe that their first synagogue in India was established there in Muziris. All these beliefs and legends are there, but among the historians, generally they believe that Muziris was existing somewhere about 30 kilometers away, north of Kochi. Presently that place is called Kodungalur. But in general, there is no evidence to prove that where exactly the Muziris was existing. General belief is there. Yeah, there is still that excavation is going on. But unfortunately, the Muziris was buried under the mud in 1341, but our excavation started recently.
I would say, where I'm from, they found these walls, like noticeably a 200-meter long wall, and others. And it was a legend till now that there was a city somewhere there, and that was really old, that was supposed to be flooded at some point. It was only legends. Nobody had proof of this existence of that city, and they just recently, using LIDAR techniques and other science, they finally found ruins and remains at the very bottom of the ocean. So maybe one day they could also find remnants of Muziris.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Otherwise, we're going to close this session. A long day. It started at 2. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
And tomorrow we have a third day of talks, starting at 2 again. This is going to have 2 sessions. One is miscellaneous thinking, and from 2 to 3:30, and then we have another session called named Ecological Futurism, which is the last days of conferences and discussions, and then there's going to be a 4th day of film screenings and performances. So welcome tomorrow if you want to join. It's going to be online as well tomorrow. Mostly online speakers tomorrow, and please you can join here or online at the KOCHI-MUZIRIS YouTube account or on the soilassembly.net website. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for joining online. See you tomorrow, hopefully.